field crops and export agriculture crops. So I guess uh, Dr. Suranda Salgado, he has completed the field crops part. So today you will learn about export agricultural crops. So this course module, rest of the course module, will be conducted by myself as well as Mr. Brian Dansford and India Karunaratna. So the uh, afternoon and the evening, they will conduct their sessions. Okay, so first of all, I will give you a brief introduction about the export agricultural crops.
Recording in progress.
Okay, first of all, I will give you a brief introduction about export agricultural crops. So you know about the agricultural crops such as tea, rubber, coconut, like plantation crops, as well as fruits crop, vegetables, as well as spices. So among them, export agricultural crops mean the crops we are cultivating for export market. Mainly we target the export market. So Sri Lanka also produce, other than the tea, rubber, coconut, Sri Lanka also produces a rich variety of other crops for mainly for exportation, for export market. So do you know the world's top export of cinnamon? Sri Lanka is the world top exporter of cinnamon. Likewise, not other than the cinnamon, there are other spices like pepper, cloves, nutmeg, mace, cardamom, uh, like several spices, as well as some uh, beverage crops like coffee, cocoa. Likewise, mainly Sri Lanka is the world's top exporter of the cinnamon, as well as we have several records regarding those export crops. So we mainly export our products to countries like Pakistan and India, as well as other European countries, UK, Canada, as well as all over the country. So we have our buyers. So we export our products all over the country to earn foreign exchange. So mainly those export products or the crops, mainly we can categorize into four categories. So uh, we cultivate those crops as a monocrop, as well as intercrop, as well as mixed crops in our home garden. We cultivate those PAC crops like under the mixed cropping system. So these are the major four categories: spices, beverages, stimulants, and essential oil bearing crops. So what are the spices crops? You know, pepper, gambires, and the cinnamon, kurudu, clove. Clove mean caraponati, and also the nutmeg and the cardamom NSR. So these are the spices. So Mandi, you know, pepper is the king of the spices වල වැටිපුරම සැර තියෙන එක තමයි pepper කියලා කියන්නේ. As well as we call the cardamom as the queen of the spices. Cardamom. So the beverages like coffee, cocoa, and vanilla we use as beverages. අපි පාන වර්ග විදියට පාවිච්චි කරනවා. Coffee as well as vanilla to enhance the taste of our tea or ice cream like other products. Then is stimulants such as the betel and the arecanut. So what do you mean by stimulant? Any idea? What is mean stimulant? Betel, arecanut, those are not. spices as well as we do not consume them as beverage. අපි spices එකක් විදිහට අපි බුලත් පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ. Betel mean බුලත්, ඇරිකරන් mean පුවක්. බුලත් සහ පුවක් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ spices එකක් විදිහට as well as we do not consume them as a beverage. So what do you mean by stimulant? Any idea? Hmm? What do you think? Okay, normally stimulants means we uh, eat or we consume these products uh, to get some kind of energy. That's why we call them as stimulants. Stimulants can උත්තේජනය කරනවා. So the stimulants. As well as the essential oil bearing crops, so citronella and also the lemongrass like crops we cultivated to extract some oil. So those are oil bearing crops. So after that, I have mentioned here some figures. So the contribution of the export agriculture crops to Sri Lankan economy. So these are the figures in 2016. If you can refer the website, export agriculture crop website, you can find more previous figures, updated figures also. So under the 2016 figures, export agriculture crops contribute to Sri Lankan GDP, gross domestic production, around 0.4 to 0.5%. So this is a huge value. As well as the total agricultural export earning, ESE crops contributed 15%. So we are exporting garments as well as tea rubber like major plantation crops and the rubber-based products. So likewise, uh, among them, 15% of foreign export earnings recorded by export agriculture crops. So export volume nearly 44,000 metric tons all together. Paper, cinnamon, clove all together. Normally per year, we are exporting around 44,000 metric tons per year. As well as we could earn 51 million rupees, 51,000 million rupees by exporting that volume in 2016. So in Sri Lanka, we are cultivating those crops all over the country, wet zone, intermediate zone, as well as under irrigation condition. We can cultivate these crops in dry zone also. So all together, so total land area around 110,000 hectares of land we are cultivating these crops. So more than 600,000 stakeholders or farmers, producers contribute, work together with these export agricultural crops. They are farming, they are doing some export oriented, producing some export oriented products and also the value addition products. So altogether, the huge number of workers or the stakeholders work with the export agricultural crops. So therefore, it is very important to learn about these crops. Now you know their importance, their contribution to our economy. That's why these subjects included into your course module. Okay, clear? I think that initial introduction give you some kind of knowledge about the export agriculture crops. Then let's move. Here you can see in this table the world as well as in Sri Lanka trend situation of the export agriculture crop. Again, these are the 2016 figures. So you can see the crops like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, nutmeg, coffee, cocoa, vanilla, and their export volume, the world scenario as well as Sri Lanka, how much we exported each and every ESC crops. So among them, you can identify the cinnamon. Uh, we are exporting very higher amount of cinnamon, around 14,000 metric tons volume. So after that's the pepper and the nutmeg likewise, several crops. And also the export earning among here you can see again cinnamon recorded the highest export earning because we are exporting a higher amount of cinnamon. So in these figures, I want to highlight here. Uh, these are the figures in 2000 to 2002 from 2000 to 2017. So you can see the export amount of various crops like the cinnamon, the second graph about the pepper, this one about the clove, and this is about the nutmeg. So here you can see in 2000 to 2017, the export amount um, as an average increasing rate, but sometime you can see some fluctuation, increasing amount in some years, but the next year the demand or the export amount was reduced. So these variations mainly depend on the market shares as well as the demand of that particular crop or products as well as other environmental factors. Rainfall, like environment factors also influence the productivity of these crops. Therefore, we can identify that kind of fluctuations, but altogether we can identify an increasing demand of each export agriculture crops, the Sri Lankan spices and other products. So this table again shows you the countries we are exporting our products. The SAARC countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, and totally the volume we are exporting to the SAARC regions. So normally in 2016, we have exported to high amount of paper in to the India, and also the India is a main buyer of Sri Lankan uh, export crops. So after that, the Pakistan and also the Bangladesh. So in this table, you can see, in addition to the SAARC region or the SAARC countries, we are exporting our products to other non-SAARC region countries such as USA, France, Germany, Mexico, UAE, Egypt, Japan, Australia, and also the New Zealand, like other countries. So among them, the USA, as well as the Egypt, and also the UAE. So these countries also exporting or importing high amount of our products. Okay, so this table again, I am showing you uh, what are the value-added products. So the cinnamon, we do not export just like raw cinnamon. There are several value-added products. Later you will learn them. So those value-added product, by exporting those value-added product, we can obtain a higher export earnings. So the pepper, clove, cinnamon, so all those export products nowadays have the very different value addition product. අගේ එකතු කරපු products දැන් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ හැම නිෂ්පාදනයකටම. just අපි අර කුරුදු පොත්ත බා එකක් export කරනකොට අපි දැන් හදනවා powder එක හදනවා chips හදනවා. So likewise there are several value added products. Okay, so to export those crop, we have several trade agreements. So especially we have a free trade agreement with India. It means we can export our products to the India without any duty fee or any tax. So 100% duty fee for spice imports to the from Sri Lanka to India. So here you can see, as well as the Pakistan also, we have agreement 100% duty free imports of cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, and mace. The maize means the nutmeg outer layer. We call that maize. අපි වසාවාසි කියලා හඳුන්වන සිංහලෙන්. So as well as the beetle also we can export to the India without adding any duty free. So these are some trade agreements for the විදේශ සම්බන්ධතා අන්තර්ජාතික සම්බන්ධතා වලින් අපි හදාගත්ත agreements තියෙනවා. ඒකට අපිට tax එකක් නැතුව මේවා රටවල් වලට export කිරීමේ හැකියාව තියෙනවා. So those are positive side of this market. Okay, then here I have included some photographs, then you can easily identify those export crops. So let's see them. The cinnamon, kurudu, cardamom, enesal, nutmeg, then the pepper, gambiris, clove. Clove means the carbonate, and also the coffee. Coffee means coffee. Then the cocoa. Cocoa we use to produce chocolate as well as other beverages. So the vanilla, most of the time we extract the vanilla essence to enhance the taste of different products, as well as we use vanilla to produce perfume like cosmetic items also. So the beetle, then the lemongrass. Lemongrass, normally we use lemongrass as spices to enhance the taste of curries, but we use lemongrass leaf to extract some oil, essential oil, lemongrass as well as citronella. Then the ginger, iguru, turmeric, means kaha, arecanut or puak, and also the goraka. So these are some major export agricultural crops traditionally grown in Sri Lanka. So addition to those things, there are some other export crops also available. So with the given time, we are unable to cover all those crops, each and every crops, but we are trying to discuss with you some major export crops. So I am going to discuss about the ginger and the turmeric. So later you will learn about coffee, vanilla, and also coffee, cinnamon, and beetle in the evening sessions. Okay, then I will start to talk about ginger and turmeric. Okay, I think now you have a clear idea about what are those export agriculture crops and the importance of those crops. So any question up to now, if you have any question up to now, you can ask before starting the lesson. If you have any question, please ask. Okay, then if you don't have any question, I will continue. So first we will discuss about the ginger. So ginger plant belongs to the family Zingiberaceae. The family name is Zingiberaceae, and the genus name Zingiber. So the Zingiber is genus name and the family name Zingiberaceae. So its scientific name is Zingiber officinale. You can see its scientific name Zingiber officinale. So first we will discuss about the uses of this crop. So you know, you all may have seen that crop in your home garden also you have grown, as well as you have tasted ginger, as well as ginger based products, some sweet items like iguru dosi, as also you may tasted some ginger flavored tea. iguru දාපු තේ එකක් කියනවා මම හිතන හැමෝම බීලා ඇති කියලා. So therefore this crop is very familiar with you. Then let's discuss about the uses of this crop. So mainly due to its strong taste as well as aroma, so ginger mainly used as a flavoring agent for some bakery products, as well as we use to produce some curries, meat, fish like curries. We use ginger to enhance the taste. And also, uh, we use ginger to manufacturing some perfumes, as well as we use in cosmetic industries. We apply ginger. In Sri Lanka, ginger rhizomes can be threaded while fresh, or as well as when dry. We can export in a dry form. So as value added export crops. So not only that, we use or we can use ginger for different uh, purpose in the Ayurvedic medicine. In සිංහල වෙදකමේ අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා ගුරු as an ingredient in Ayurvedic medicine system. So why we use this crop in Ayurvedic medicine? So what are the benefits? What are the health benefits of this crop? Oh, here you can see uh, when we discuss about the chemical composition of this crop, it is rich in various chemical components. So including phenolic compounds, they containing phenolic compounds as well as polysaccharides, lipids, organic acid, as well as raw fiber. Raw fiber also contained in ginger rhizome. So the health benefits of the ginger are mainly attributed to its phenolic compounds, especially phenolic compounds such as oleuroceins and gingerberine. So these are two major phenolic compounds or the chemical compounds present in ginger rhizomes. So the health benefits also mainly contribute with those two main compounds. So the oleurocein attribute to the properties such as pungency. So do you know about the pungency? Pungency කියලා කියන්නේ අපි දැන් ඉඟුරු කෑල්ලක් කාවහම අපි දන්නා අපිට කටට සැරක් එනවනේ. Spice taste. So that spicy taste we call as a pungency. අපි කියන්නේ සැර, ඉඟුරු සැර. As well as the anti-inflammability properties also very important. So most of the time when we talk about the ginger, we use ginger for different purposes, pure compounds in order to antioxidant as well as they act as antimicrobial compound, especially in the cold condition or the fever conditions. The last few years in the COVID situation also, we were consuming ginger with the other herbals, especially to avoid those microbial infections. Therefore, the reason behind that, ginger has antimicrobial properties as well as the cardiovascular protective ability and anti-obesity. මහත්යට ඉගුරු කෑවොත් පුළුවන් කෙට්ටු වෙන්න. And anti-flammability, anti-cancer ability, respiratory protective ability and anti-diabetic. Diabetic තියෙන අයටත් ginger හොඳයි. So the oleurocein as well as the other chemical compound is the gingerberine. So gingerberine is a kind of volatile oil. So we can extract the volatile oil from the ginger. අපිට ginger වලින් තෙල් ගන්නත් පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා. So gingerberine, especially used to the cosmetic production, perfume industry, they use that volatile compound or the gingerberine for their products. Okay, then let's discuss about especially we will discuss about the distribution of this crop. If we discuss about the history of this crop, so based on the literature, the ginger has more than 30 years of history. So ginger is believed to be originated in South Asia. දකුණු ආසියාවේ තමයි මුලින්ම අපි හඳුනාගත්තේ, as well as indigenous to South China. So first, the South China, they discovered this crop, and after that, it has been widely used in Chinese and also the Ayurvedic medicine, especially in the Chinese medicine. They use ginger, and in recent years, ginger has been cultivated as a commercial crop in many countries, including China, India, Pakistan, West Africa, and also the Taiwan. So these are the countries which cultivated ginger in the previous years, as well as recently also they cultivate ginger in a higher range. So in Sri Lanka, ginger is grown in all over the country. So major growing areas we can identify in the wet zone and also the intermediate zone, because the climate and soil conditions in those intermediate and wet zones are more suitable for ginger cultivation. But if we use the irrigation method or under the irrigation system, we can cultivate this crop in dry zone. අපිට dry zone එක තෝරා ගන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ජල සම්පාදනයක් යටතේ. Okay, then you can see total cultivated extent. In 2019, the total ginger cultivated extent is around 1,838 hectares all over the country. So this is a huge land area. හෙක්ටයාර 1838ක් අපි 2019 වගා කරලා තියෙනවා. So the areas such as the Kurunagala, Kandy, Gampaha, Kegol, Colombo, so those are the main ginger growing districts or the areas. So the total production in 2019 was around 13,785 metric tons we could produce in Sri Lanka, and we could export to the other countries. Okay, then let's discuss about the plant morphology characteristics. So in this picture, you can identify the plant structure of a ginger plant. So ginger is a perennial plant, not an annual plant, because perennial means the plant. If the plant complete their life cycle within a year, we call those plants. We categorize those plants under perennial plant. Sorry, annual plant. වාර්ෂිකව ගහ අවුරුද්දක් ඇතුළත සමගයේ life cycle එක complete කරන අපි කියන එකට perennial ශාකයක්. Sorry, annual ශාකයක් කියලා, වාර්ෂික ශාකයක්. So such as some vegetables especially coming under the annual group. So the perennial group means the plants lives more than 2 years. We categorize those plants as perennial plants. So normally we harvest ginger around 8 to 9 months after planting. But if we do not uproot those plants, the plants can survive more than 2 years. අපි harvest එකක් ගන්න නැතුව එහෙම තිබුණොත් ඒ ගහ ආයිමත් තවදුරටත් වර්ධනය වෙනවා. අවුරුදු දෙකකට වඩා වැඩි කාලයක් ඉන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා. Okay, so we'll identify the main components of this plant. So mainly we can identify the upper soil, underground components, as well as above ground parts. So mainly the above ground plants we can identify as pseudostem. Here you can see a pseudostem, as well as you can identify the leaf, the green color leaf you can see here. Leaf are bright green color, as well as the leaf shape is lanceolate shape. So this leaf shape we call as a lanceolate shape, and also the length of a leaf normally around 15 to 20 centimeter in length. As well as you can see here, we can identify prominent longitudinal ribs. මේ මැද තියෙන නාටටි තමයි අපි කියන්නේ rib එක කියලා. So before last week I discussed about the morphology of the coconut. So under that, the coconut leaf also we can identify a mid drip. So here also you can see a prominent drip. The naratiyak තියෙනවා මේ කොලේ. Okay, so after that we can identify the below ground components. So normally this plant can grow around 30 to 100 centimeter in height. The pseudostem can grow around 1 meter, near to 1 meter, especially under the high shade conditions. The plants grow more height. So the rhizome, it has a thick tuberous rhizome. You can see the rhizomes. It covers by those scale leaf, and also we can identify the
Sir,
root
excuse
system.
me.
Yes,
Height, please remember.
yes, height. Yes, height means the pseudostem, the above ground area. The pseudostem normally can grow around 30 centimeter to 100 centimeter, or in feet around 1 to 3 feet. 1 to 3 feet in height. Normally, this plant can grow. Okay, clear? Hello?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then this is the rhizome. You can see the rhizome is covered by this scale leaf. Scale leaf can be ශල්ක පත්‍ර වලට ඒ කව වෙලා තියෙනවා. As well as you can identify the internodes. Internodes mean these are the nodes. You can see these are the nodes for the ගැටිති තියෙනවා. So in between these two nodes, we call that space as an internode. And also you can see the bud. Bud means this is a bud. So bud, another new plant can grow in from developing this bud. And so this is the rhizome. So the commercial products are the underground stem and also the rhizome. Rhizome means the commercial product or the crop of this product. This tree is rhizome. So we harvest rhizome for producing different products. So what about the flower? So there are conical clusters of small yellow-green flowers marked with the purple petals. You can see the flower, purple petals here as a conical flower, conical cluster එකක්. පොකුරක් විදිහට තමයි මේ මල හැදෙන්නේ. So normally we do not wait until the flower initiation, because if the flower initiate, the rhizome volume may be reduced. Therefore, we do not normally practice flowering. So the ginger root system, as I mentioned earlier, fibrous root system, as well as a very fleshy root system, and the root can grow up to 30 centimeter over the 1 feet depth in the soil. As well as some roots can penetrate in a deep root system. Normally, as an average, roots spread around 30 centimeter in depth. Therefore, we will discuss about the land preparation. It is very important to plow or till our land properly around 1.5 feet length, around 45 centimeter depth. Okay, so that's all about the plant morphology, plant structure. This crop is very respond to the soil conditions as well as the fertilizer, water, and also the shade. We will discuss them now. Okay, so what are the main varieties of this crop? Normally, there are three ginger varieties we can identify in Sri Lanka: local ginger, Rangoon ginger, and also the Chinese ginger. Okay, here you can see the photograph here. So the local ginger and Rangoon ginger and Chinese ginger. So I will show you a table with comparison of these three varieties. So the local ginger, or we call it as the Sri Lankan ginger. So this variety has a small rhizomes compared to other two varieties. Here in this picture, so you can see the Chinese ginger has the its rhizome is very big, but the local ginger, the rhizome is very small compared to other two varieties. As well as the rhizomes, we can inside the white fibrous flesh. The flesh rhizome එක අපි දෙකට කැඩුවොත් අපිට සුදු පාට තමයි ඇතුලේ flesh එක බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් ඉන්නේ මාංශල කොටස. As well as we can see the higher amount of fiber in local varieties. But in the Chinese variety, the fiber content is very low, as well as the flesh is yellow, pearl yellow color flesh we can identify. As well as the local variety has very prominent taste, aroma, as well as a pungency with compared to other two varieties. Therefore, this variety is more suitable for use in producing beverages because of a strong aroma as well as the taste. But with compared to the Chinese variety, with compared to the local variety, Chinese ginger has very low pungency aroma. ලංකාවේ දේශීය ඉගුරු වල තමයි ලොකු සැරක් තියෙන්නේ, සුවඳක් තියෙන්නේ. Chinese ginger වල එහෙම ලොකු සැරක් සුවඳක් නැහැ. So mainly to producing ginger beer, ginger tea, and also the ginger bread, ginger ginger toffee, and other ginger-based major products produced using those local ginger because it's strong aroma and taste. But the Chinese ginger normally we use to produce pickles like other products. Pickle, අච්චාරු වගේ දාන්න අපි Chinese ginger පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. So the Rangoon ginger rhizomes are medium in size in between the local and the Chinese ginger, as well as the main characteristic feature of the Rangoon ginger is we can identify well spread finger rhizomes. Finger rhizomes means I will show you. Here you can see in the rhizome. So these are the fingers. ඇගිලි කවුරු කියලා කියලා මේ වගේ ඔය fingers ඉදලා තියෙනවා. So in the Chinese ginger, it is very difficult to identify fingers. So it rhizomes like this. But in the Rangoon ginger, so we can identify well spread small fingers like projections. So like this. So likewise, these are the fingers. So it's a characteristic feature of the Rangoon ginger. Well spread finger rhizomes we can identify. So they have rhizomes with the multiple fingering and also average level of flavor and the fragrance in between the Chinese and local ginger varieties. Okay, it's a comparison between the three varieties. So Mandin, now you know the ginger. Local ginger has a high aroma and the flavor, and also the fibrous and white color flesh. So the Chinese ginger, low taste and aroma, as well as the pearl yellow flesh. Most of the time, the watery flesh we can identify. ගොඩක් වතුර ගතියෙන් වැඩි මාංශ කොටසක් තමයි rhizome එකේ තියෙන්නේ. Okay, then let's discuss about the climatic and the soil requirements of this crop. So mainly, as we discussed earlier, we can cultivate this crop all over the country. So mainly the altitude up to 1,500 from the mean sea level suitable for cultivating ginger. It means most of the upper countries elevation more than 150 conditions not suitable for cultivating ginger, as well as the annual rainfall about 1,500 millimeter per year suitable to cultivating this crop. So I discussed earlier also, we can cultivate this crop in the dry zone also under the irrigation method. Therefore, dry, wet, intermediate, all three zones. In all three zones, we can cultivate this crop without any problem. So, what about the soil type? So, to develop well grown rhizomes, it is very important the soil condition, soil structure is very important. Therefore, the loam with the good supply of the humus soil is very good. However, we cannot grow uh, ginger in water logging areas. Water logging කියන්නේ වතුර ඩ්‍රේන් වෙන්නේ නැති, වතුර බහින්නේ නැති, වතුර රැඳෙන පසක clay වැඩි. මැටි පසක අපිට හදන්න බෑ. We can't successfully cultivate ginger in a water logging condition or the very poor water drainage facilities are there. We can't use that kind of soil to cultivate ginger because under the um, poor drainage conditions, the root may be damaged, root may as well as a rhizome may be rot, කුණු වෙන්න පුළුවන්, as well as may be affected by several diseases. Rhizome rot diseases like diseases may be spread easier. So the soil pH should be 5.5 to 6.5. Soil pH is best for cultivating ginger. So what about the shade? This crop is a shade loving crop. So therefore the medium shade is good for successfully growth of this plant. It means the higher shade as well as the lower shade is not suitable. The medium shade is good. So that's why most of the time we cultivate this crop under with the other crops like coconut we can cultivate, and banana also we can intercrop this crop easily because they prefer medium shade. Okay, then let's discuss about the uh, crop establishment methods. So mainly as a planting material, we can use here the stem cuttings, or we call as the sets. We use as a planting material, as well as the seed also we can use as planting material. But most of the time we do the vegetative propagation method, not the sexual propagation method. So the cuttings, there are two types of cuttings: the mother cuttings and also uh, the rhizome cuttings. So mother cuttings we normally do not use, but it also we can use. But it's important if we can use rhizome cuttings as a planting material. So the stem rhizomes are used to propagation of the ginger. So therefore mature lateral rhizomes are most suitable planting material. So here in this picture, you can see a piece of that kind of sets or the rhizome cut. So normally that planting material, the weight should be around 30 to 40 gram in weight, and also the size around 2.5 to 5 centimeter in length. As well as very important thing is it should contain at least one good bud. Here in this picture, you can see around 1, 2, 3 buds we can visible here. 1, 2, 3 buds. So at least one good bud should be there, because the bud uh, after planting, the bud will develop as a plant or as a pseudostem. Therefore, should be at least one bud. So the planting material requirements per hectare around 840 to 1,700 kilograms of cutting we should have to cultivate per hectare. So after that, you can see uh, you can use ginger seed as well as I mentioned earlier. When you use seed, deep planting of seeds is discourages. Normally, we do not put seed or we do not sow seed in a deep the soil because those seeds are very, very tiny seeds. Okay, so the planting season is also there. This crop is a seasonal crop. කාලයට අනුව තමයි හැදෙන්නේ. So major planting season is mid of March and early April. මාර්තු මැද ඉඳන් අප්‍රේල් මුල කාලේ තමයි ginger හිටවන්න හොඳම කාලේ because at that time the rain is rain is there as well as the soil condition also good. Therefore, the land preparation practices we can do easily. Therefore, we use that season for planting. So this is a major planting season, as well as there is a in uh, in addition to the major planting season, there is some minor planting season also there, especially in the dry zone areas. They cultivate ginger in September to October because they received the rain at that time period. Therefore, they use that period to cultivate or plant ginger September to October dry season. Okay, so before we establish our planting material in the field, it's very important to do the pre-treatment. So the pre-treatment, most important thing is to use planting material which are free from pest and diseases. We should it's very important to take the planting materials from pest and diseases free plant mother plants, as well as if there are any pest or the diseases, we can avoid them, we can destroy them by doing this pre-treatment practices. So what we have to do here, we just put the cuttings into the fungicide mixture. We can use the Captan or the Mancozeb like fungicide. We dissolve around 30 grams of Mancozeb in 10 liters of water, and we dip our cuttings around 30 minutes to destroy all the fungus, especially fungus, because sometimes the rhizome may contain rot diseases. Therefore, to destroy them, we use this pre-treatment method using the fungicides. So after that, we can do the field planting. So first of all, we should do the land preparation. So a good soil tilth is very important because to produce the good quality shape as well as the well-developed rhizome depend on the soil condition. So if the soil is very hard, the rhizomes do not spread well as well as do not produce quality rhizomes. There may be some malform of the rhizomes due to the hard soil. Therefore, we should break the hard soil as well as we should tilt. අපි හොඳට soil එක පොඩි කරලා පෙරලන්න ඕනේ. අර hard soil එක තද ගතිය නැති වෙන්න. So we can plant ginger in the sunken beds as well as rich and furrow method also we can use. So sunken bed, if you use the sunken bed, the bed sides like here you can see the width of the bed should be around 105 centimeter and the height of the bed around here the 22 centimeters, and the length we can adjust. Length we can determine according to our requirement and also the land availability. So this is the raised bed method, as well as we can use the rich and furrow method. Rich and furrow method mean we can establish rich and furrow. කදු වැටි ආකාරයෙන් හදලා මේ වගේ පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. So in one bed we can create around 3 ridges අපිට හදලා පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. So the planting spacing between the rows 25 centimeter, between the plants again 25 centimeter. So if you use the rich and furrow method, normally around 3 to 4 rows of ridge we can establish. It means in a bed we can place around 4 rows. අපිට පෙරි 4ක් එක පාතියක දාන්න පුළුවන්. So the planting often grown in the ridges also, as I mentioned, the depth should be around 4 to 10 centimeter in depth. We can place our cuttings. Okay, here you can see the spacing, 25 centimeter in between the plants, and also the 25 centimeter in between the plants. So the planting should be done after the rain. If no adequate moisture bed should be irrigated. So that's why we select that the season mid of the March and early April, because at that time period there's a rain, but if not, we have to irrigate. We have to irrigate without drying. So the irrigation, when the rainfall is limiting, we have to irrigate the planting beds. So normally 2 times per day or 1 times per day, depending on the environmental conditions. As well as it is very important to do a mulch to avoid the drying, as well as to suspend the weed growth and reduce the soil erosion. So there are the advantages of the mulching. As mulching material, we can use the paddy stalk, dust leaves, or the coconut leaves, dry leaves. We can use those waste material as a mulching material. So here in this picture, you can see how do we apply the mulch. In between the rows, we can put the mulching materials. Then the weeding. Weeding we can do around, normally we practice 2 times. The first weeding we can do 1 month after planting. So after that, we have to do another weeding. The second weeding 3 months after planting. So after 3 months, now the plants are well developed. Then canopy area covered by the leaf. Therefore, after 3 months, there are no minimum chance to grow the weeds. So up to 3 months, we have to control the weeds. As well as during the weeding, we have to clean the drains, and also the earthing up also we should done. Earthing up can අපි ගහයටට පස්ලං කරනවා. So those practices also we should carried out during the weeding. So after that, we have to do the fertilizer application. So there are 3 fertilizer applications there. First, basal application we should do at the time of the planting. අපි planting හිටවනකොටම අපිට පුළුවන් පෝර දාලා හිටවන්න, fertilizer apply කරන්න. After that, after 1 month, it means after completing the weeding, we should do the fertilizer application. The second application, again, after doing the second weeding, after 3 months, we have to do the second top dressing fertilizer application. So here in this table, you can see the recommended fertilizer. So initially at the during the planting, we should apply the organic fertilizer also. Cow dung, poultry manure like organic fertilizer, compost like organic fertilizer we can add. And also we should apply the TSP 100 kilograms per hectare. So likewise, after that, we should add urea and MOP as top dressing. So this is the recommended fertilizer application. So this crop is highly responsible for the fertilizers. As well as, in addition to this table, we can apply dolomite. It's mixed with the soil immediately after, especially during the flowering. Land preparation stage, we should add dolomite at the rate of 2 metric tons per hectare. Dolomite mainly important to increase the soil pH value. We add dolomite to correct the soil pH, as well as dolomite contain the calcium and the magnesium. So those are the advantages of adding dolomite. So let's discuss about now pest and diseases management. So most common pest attack are rotenod nematodes. So and also the stem borers attack. So these are the most prominent pest damage in ginger cultivation. So the fungal diseases, mainly the leaf spot diseases and also the soft rot rhizome. So those are the diseases, the major fungal diseases. Then the bacteria diseases like the bacteria wilt also we can identify in ginger cultivation. Those are the major pest and diseases. We will briefly identify their symptoms and let's discuss what are the control methods. So the first one, the root knot nematodes. So this is a pest damage as well as damage is done by a nematode. So the nematode exists in soil, especially in the hot climate, their damage is very high. So the larvae infect plant roots, then they develop root knot galls and consume the plant nutrients. Here in this picture, you can see they develop a gall, root knot gall, knot එකක් හදනවා. ගැටිති වගේ හදනවා. මෙයාලා මේ root එකේ as well as they consume the plant nutrients. As visual symptoms, growth reduction can be seen because of their consumption of the plant nutrients. Now the plant do not grow well. Therefore, we can see the reduction of growth. Uh, okay, then this is another pest attack is stem borer. So they larvae of stem borer feed on the internal tissues of the pseudostem. Now you know the pseudostem. So they insert into the pseudostem, especially the larvae. Larvae is the damaged organism. They feed on the internal tissues of the pseudostem. So therefore, they interrupt the translocation of the water and nutrient to the stem and the root system. Therefore, we can identify the symptoms like yellowing and drying of leaves of the infected pseudostem, as well as the presence of the bore hole on the pseudostem. We can identify because the larvae enter to the plant through the by making a hole on the stem. Therefore, we can identify that hole, as well as the frass is exuded through the hole because they consume the internal tissues and the fecus material they put outside through that hole. Therefore, we can identify those um, debris segregating from the hole, and also withered and the yellow central shoots. So ultimately, wilt වෙලා මැලවිලා ගහ මෙරිලා යනවා due to their damage. So as control method of these pest, nematode or this stem borer attack, we can apply mainly we can avoid their attack by practicing regular inspection of the crops. Time to time, we have to inspect our crop whether there are any pest damage or pest attack, available pest attack, as well as keep the field good sanitation and avoid excessive use of the nitrogen fertilizer. So at the nitrogen fertilizer in the high nitrogen conditions, their attack is very high. As well as we should clean our field without any debris. We should remove them. Then we can avoid the population places or egg-laying places for these pests. As well as take out the rooting shrubs and also the burn them with fire. At the severe stage, we have to uproot those infected plants and we have to burn them. If not, the damage may be spread to the other healthy plants. As well as we can use some pesticides to control their damage. Then the diseases, first we will discuss about the leaf spot fungal diseases. This is a fungal diseases. Here you can see the causal organism. So the symptoms of the disease starts as the water soaked spots and also the later it turns as a white spot surrounding by dark brown margins. Here in this picture you can see first we can identify the water soaked spots here. වතුරෙන් තෙතුණු spots දකින්න පුළුවන්. So after that it turns into the dark brown and also margin and a yellow hole. කහපාට hole එකක් හැදෙනවා with a surrounding by a dark brown color margin. So the lesions enlarge and also the adjacent lesions. After that, we can identify the necrotic areas also, fractures. Like in this picture, in the severe stage, we can identify um, their damage. So as a result of their damage, what happened? The photosynthesis area now reduced. Then the rhizomes size also get reduced due to their damage. So as control method, as earlier I discussed, we can regularly inspect our area, our field, as well as at the severe stage, we have to cut and remove the infected leaves at the initial stage, as well as we can spray the fungicide like borax mixture. We can spray the mancozeb because this is a fungal damage attack to the leaf. Therefore, we can spray the fungicide onto the leaf. So this is another disease attack to the root, so rot of the rhizome, fungal disease. So the symptoms are younger sprouts susceptible for the pathogen. It means at the initial stage, during the planting period, the fungal damage may be very high. Therefore, it is important to obtain a good quality planting material without pests and diseases, especially diseases. So that's why we, before planting, we do that pre-treatment practice to avoid, to destroy those diseases. And also the inspection start at the collar region of the pseudostem and gradually spread throughout the rhizomes. Here in this picture also you can see collar region එකෙන් පටන් අරන් මේක මේ විදිහට rhizome එක පුරාවට spread වෙලා යනවා මේ rot කුණු වෙන ලෙඩේ. So affected pseudostem become water soaked and rotting spread to the rhizomes. කුණු වෙලා සම්පූර්ණ විනාශ වෙලා යනවා. So these are the symptoms. So to control these diseases, as I mentioned, we should dip the seed rhizomes in the fungicide solution for 30 minutes, as well as we can destroy the diseases exit in the soil by doing the solarization or by doing any destroying mechanism to destroy the soil, destroy the diseases in the soil, as well as maintain proper drainage. So in the high waterlogging condition, their damage is high. Therefore, we should control the drainage system properly. And at the severe stage, we have to cut and remove. So these are the control methods. Okay, then the bacteria wilt is a bacteria disease. So the symptoms are wilting and yellowing of the lower leaves. First, the outer leaves start to appear the symptoms. After that, the middle part of the also leaves convert to the yellow color. Vascular tissue darkness to black color, and the plant even collapse සම්පූර්ණ විනාශ වෙලා යනවා due to their damage. So disease rhizomes also attack to this wilt. So rhizome convert into dark color, water soak areas also we can identify. As well as if we cut the rhizomes, we can identify the milky white exudants. අපි rhizome එක දෙකට කැඩුවාම එකෙන් සුදු පාට නිකන් දියරයක් වැස්සෙනවා, milky white color. So those are the symptoms of bacteria wilt. So they attack to the rhizomes, as well as due to their damage, we can identify the symptoms in the leaves as well as the rhizomes. So overall, to control those pests and diseases, what we have to do as control methods, we can remove and destroy all infected plants immediately, as well as we can control the nematodes by solarization of the soil or our bed, as well as good rotation practices we can do to other cultural practices such as weed controlling, maintaining the drainage facilities correctly, as well as at the correct time we have to apply pest and disease control chemicals like pesticide or the fungicide we can apply time to time. Okay, so after that, around 8 to 10 months after the planting, we can obtain our harvest. So in the harvesting time, so it means now the planting season is up April, March, April season. So if we planted in March, April season, so ginger is ready to be harvested in which month? After 8 to 10 months? අපි දැන් මාර්තු වල හිටවුවොත් අපිට කවද්ද ගලවන්න පුළුවන්? මාස 8ක් කියන්නේ කොච්චර කාලයක්ද?
November, sir.
Yes, November, no? November, actually November, December, January. Mainly the December and the January is the harvesting season. After 8 months, we can obtain our yield. So we can notice the harvesting time correctly. So at the harvesting time, okay, at the harvesting time, we can identify correct harvest stage. So during that time, leaves turn yellow and wilt. Here in the first picture, you can see කොළවල නිකන් margins නිකන් dry වෙලා yellow color වලට convert වෙනවා කියන්නේ මේක pest attack එකක් නිසා වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අපි දන්නවා මේ දැන් harvest කරන්න ඉන්න වෙලාවේ මෙහෙම දෙයක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ now it's the correct harvesting stage. As well as the stem may be collapse. And so those are the symptoms to identify the correct harvesting stage. So the harvesting should be done very carefully and without damaging to the rhizomes. We have to manually, we can uproot the whole plants without damaging the rhizome. And then we have to remove the soil attached to the rhizome. So in between the fingers, there may be some soil particles. We have to carefully remove them. So that's to do that practice, we use some wooden stick for that, as well as we have to wash the rhizomes and we have to dry for further processing. I will show you a video clip. So that video clip explain the all steps, including from harvesting to final processing. So we will show them. As an average, in 1 hectare of land, we can obtain around 20 to 30 tons of fresh ginger. So that is the yield potential of this crop. Around 20 to 30 tons of fresh yield we can obtain from 1 hectare. So yield potential is very high in this crop. Okay, then I will share you a video clip. Watch this video clip carefully and try to identify how do they this harvesting practices. Okay, can you see my shared screen again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I will play this video.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you in this video. Today we'll learn about ginger cultivation in Japan. Ginger root or ginger is widely used as spice and folk medicine. Ginger was originated from island Southeast Asia. It is a popular plant in Japan where they eat seafood with ginger and drink ginger tea. Now let's find out how it is grown and harvested.
Welcome to our farm.
Use a machine to dig trenches. Very simple to ginger seedling. People use fresh ginger branches harvested before. Spring is the ideal season to grow. Ginger needs a lot of moisture while actively growing. The soil should never dry out. Don't overwater though, It is the water that drains away or take nutrients with it. It takes 3 months for ginger to grow like that, and we need to eliminate harmful grass. If you don't have good soil, or if you're growing ginger in some standard-bought potting mix, then you have to feed it regularly. After 8 to 10 months, we can harvest. The harvest is done by hand. Because it takes 10 months to harvest, 1 year is only one crop. Ginger has the richest amount of proteins, vitamins, calcium, and iron. The ginger plant grows in huge size and spreads horizontally. So you can see big roots intertwining like that, and we'll have big ginger. Next, we'll clean the ginger before bringing it to the factory. Clean the soil and wash with water. At the factory, it will sort and pack. Hello everyone, nice to meet you in this video. Today we'll learn
Okay, then I will briefly explain about the processing because all the things I have discussed in that video. So after uprooting, after harvesting, the first thing we have to do is washing. So washing, we should practice to remove sand and the other soil particles that retaining in between the fingers. We should carefully wash. So ginger can be after that uh, dry should be done. So dry it for 1 day and also place in the polythene lined polysac bag to issue to the market as a raw ginger. So that's the things we have to do: wash and dry. But to produce the dried ginger, we have to do more practices. So after washing, we have to remove the peel. So the rhizomes should be soaked in water for 1 night after washing. Then we can easily remove the outer skin. You can carefully remove them. So in this picture, the third picture, you can see the rhizomes after removing skin. So after that, we should dry them. So peeled ginger should be dried for a 1 week period to reduce the moisture around 5%. So 1 week we should do this in under the sun. sun drying, as well as in the modern technology like the oven. Also, we can use to uh, completely dry the ginger. In this picture, you can see dried ginger. So, according to our requirement, we can sell as the raw ginger as well as the dried ginger. වේලපු ginger විතරත් අපිට market එක දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Because there are several value added products are available. Dried ginger like here, then the bleach ginger. Bleach ginger mean the color of ginger is the white in color. So we can practice this by uh, drying ginger. After we should do the again bleaching practices. So bleach ginger is prepared by peeling off the outer skin and stepping in a solution of the milk of the lime. We add lime as a bleaching material and we should dry it. Then the ginger slices also, there is a huge market for the ginger slices, and the ginger powder we can sell them as a powder, and also the ginger oil. We can obtain the ginger oil, and also we can isolate the oleoresin present in the oil. So these are the value added products. So preserved ginger products like the ginger candy and the chutney paste and ginger syrup also available in the market, as well as ginger used to produce some beauty products, perfume and other beauty products also produced using ginger. So these are the value added products of ginger. Okay, that's all about the ginger. We discuss the cultivation practices, the harvesting, and also the post-harvesting practices. So if you have any question about the previous lecture or the ginger part, then please ask. And then we can start the second crop to discuss about the second crop. It's about the turmeric. Okay, then if you don't have any question, I will start to discuss about the turmeric, because we have only limited time. So the turmeric, the same crop as the ginger, because ginger and the turmeric, those two crops uh, are in a similar family Zingiberaceae. Therefore, the culture practices as well as the crop physiology all are same. So the turmeric, the scientific name is Curcuma domestica. This is the scientific name. So Sinhala we call it as kaha. In the Tamil we call it as manjal poji, and English we call it as turmeric. So here you can see the family name and also the scientific name. Both are similar. The family is similar. Both crops, ginger and turmeric. So the chemical composition of this crop, as similar as the ginger, the rhizome contain 5% of essential oil, as well as it contain curcumin, 5% of curcumin. Especially the curcumin is the coloring matter. You know, the turmeric, it has unique yellow color. So that unique yellow color is coming from this compound curcumin. Curcumin is the compound responsible for yellow color. So let's discuss about the products. So whole dried form and as a powder form we can identify in the market. Ginger අපිට වේලපු අල්ලක් තියෙනවා, එනතන් කුඩුත් තියෙනවා නේ කහ. So it also used as an ingredient in the preparation of the curry mixtures. So the turmeric is the main use as a flavoring agent, as well as the coloring agent in the food industry. So in the initially turmeric used as a coloring agent. So after that, used for the Ayurvedic medicine. So nowadays we use turmeric for as a coloring agent, especially the textile industry and all the Ayurvedic medicine, as well as we use as a spice and also disinfectant agent in Indian culture, as well as in Sri Lanka also we use turmeric as a disinfectant. අපි විස බීජ නාශකයක් විදියට කහ දියර පාවිච්චි කරනවානේ. So these are the uses of this crop. So the crop is originated in tropical South Asia, as I mentioned earlier. Turmeric has been used in India, especially for more than 5,000 years now. So initially, it was cultivated as a coloring agent or the dye. Dye එක අපි තමයි පාවිච්චි කරේ as its yellow color. Then it's highly used for cosmetic and the beautification product, and finally become popular as a spice. So the major growing areas in Sri Lanka, wet and dry, in wet and intermediate zone of Sri Lanka, growing this crop widely. The major growing districts such as the Kurunegala, Gampaha, Kalutara, Kandy, Matale, and the Ampara districts. So those are the major growing areas. So ginger also we can cultivate as a monocrop as well as an intercrop. Intercrop with the other crops like coconut and also the banana like crops also we can use. Ginger also a perennial crop. Therefore, we can easily intercrop. The turmeric also perennial crop. Therefore, we can easily intercrop turmeric with other crops. Then what about the varieties? Do you know the varieties? Actually, there are different varieties are available, but these varieties are not specifically identified. හරියටම මෙන්න මේ variety කියලා identify කරගන්න නැහැ. But mainly there are three group of varieties: imported varieties, as well as two group of varieties: imported varieties and the local selections. Like there are two varieties, local and imported කියලා දෙකට බෙදනවා හැරෙන්න varieties ගණනාවක් නැහැ. So the imported varieties like Gunta, Puna and the Madurasi Majan. These are the three important varieties, major important varieties. So most of the time we cultivate local selections. We cultivate in Sri Lanka, but in the India, like other countries, we are importing those imported varieties for our uses. But mostly in Sri Lanka, we cultivate those local varieties. Here in these pictures also you can see the differences of those varieties. The rhizomes are different size as well as the shape also different. So different varieties are available. So there are the soil and the climate requirement for the turmeric, the same as the ginger. Therefore, I'm not going to discuss in deep. But normally we can grow in the tropical areas as well as the altitude up to 1,500 meter from the above mean sea level, and annual rainfall 1,000 to 2,000 millimeter per year, and the temperature in between 20 Celsius to 35 Celsius. So those are the ideal environmental conditions or the climate conditions for cultivation this crop. Then the soil type again, the best soil type is a loamy loose soil. Loose soil or well drained soil is very important. Well drained sandy. That වතුර බහින sandy soil එකක් තියෙනවා හොඳයි. Rich with the organic matter, and the sandy loam loose soil are the most suitable soil type for cultivating ginger. So the poorly drained rocky or the clay type of soil are not suitable for cultivating ginger. Now you know the reason. If the soil is in a soil waterlogged condition, what happens? Root may be easily damaged by the diseases, especially rot diseases, rhizome rot diseases. So the pH value again, the 5.5 to 6.5 pH is the best. So what we can do if the soil pH is so high, so low, normally soil pH අඩු වෙන එක තමයි ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන්නේ due to the fertilizer application. So we can enhance soil pH by adding lime. අපිට අලුහුණු වගේ දේවල් පාවිච්චි කරලා calcium hydroxide we can use to enhance the soil pH. So the medium shade is most suitable. So that's why we can easily intercrop this crop, same as the ginger. Okay, then let's discuss about crop establishment practices. So here, the mother rhizomes are, and also the finger rhizomes, like there are two type of rhizomes are available. So we can use mother rhizomes or the finger rhizomes. So these rhizomes, or we call it as the seeds, as earlier. So around 1 to 2 sprout buds should be there. Here in this, you can see 1 to 2 well-developed sprouts or buds are there. So the large rhizomes about 4 centimeter long. Here, the long is around 4 centimeter. As well as the weight should be 30 to 50 gram in weight in 30 to 50 grams. So the better germination and high yield we can obtain if we use large rhizomes than the small rhizomes. අපි පාවිච්චි කරන rhizome එකේ ප්‍රමාණය විශාල වෙන තරමට අපිට හොඳ ගහක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. As well as those planting material we should obtain from well mature mother plant, healthy, as well as free from pest and diseases. Those are the characters we should consider about selecting a planting material from mother plant. So here also, before planting, rhizome should be immersed in a fungicide. Here you can use mancozeb or captan-like fungicide. We should dilute the 30 grams of fungicide in 10 liters of water and prepare a fungicide solution, and we should immerse, or we should dip those planting materials in this fungicide mixture around 5 minutes. Here the 5 minutes is enough, but in the ginger we kept around 30 minutes, but here only 5 minutes is enough to avoid the growth of fungal or develop the fungal during the planting. So the planting material requirement here you can see around 1,500 to 2,000 mothers, a kilogram of mother seeds or the rhizomes need to cultivate 1 hectare of land. So after selecting the planting material, then we can do the field planting. The land preparation and other things are same as the ginger. We can use the raised bed as well as rich and furrow method, but the spacing is different. Here we use the 30 centimeter to 30 centimeters place. So that space is enough to give a higher yield. As well as the planting depth 5 to 7.5 centimeter is ideal. Here you can see how we place the planting material. Here we should keep upside is bud, and also the planting season. There's again the planting season here also. Planting season is again same as the ginger. Main season is March, April season. Mid-March and early April. That time period is suitable for planting. As well as there's a minor planting season also available, as I mentioned earlier. In the dry area, according to the weather pattern, they have chosen September to October time period to plant. Likewise, there are 2 planting seasons, main and also minor planting season, depending on the climate conditions. Okay, so after completing the field planting, we have to irrigate them. We have to apply the mulch to protect the moisture and also control the weeds. So mulching should be done immediately after the planting using the paddy husk, square husk, dry leaves, Glyceria leaves, or any other suitable low-cost degradable material we can use as a mulch. So you know now what are the advantages of mulch. Then I'm not going to discuss them again. So weed control also very important. Early stage of growth, we have to control the weed. We can manually remove them, or we can destroy the weeds. Then the fertilizer application. Fertilizer is applied after completing the weeding. So again, there are two top dressings and one basal dressing. So basal dressing we add TSP as well as organic matter we can add. As the top dressing, there are two top dressings. First top dressing we should do at 1.5 months after field planting. So at that time, we will add around 65 kilograms of urea per hectare as well as 100 kilograms of muriate of potash per hectare. So after 3 months, again, we should do the same fertilizer application, urea and MOP after 3 months. So this crop also well responds to organic manure, therefore very important to apply cow dung, compost or poultry manure like organic manure during the preparation of the land or initial stage of the plant. So the pest and diseases, so the stem borer is a major pest problem in the turmeric cultivation. So the adult moth lays eggs in the leaf sheets and caterpillar enters to the pseudostem. So stem borer. නම ඇහුවාම තමයි stem borer කියන්නේ ආ stem එකට තමයි damage කරන්නේ. borer කෙනෙක් කියලා කියන්නේ එයා කඳ හාරගෙන damage කරන කෙනෙක්. So the damage is done by a caterpillar. Caterpillar තමයි adults නෙමෙයි damage කරන්නේ. Caterpillar adult lays eggs on the leaf sheet and then after that after some certain period the caterpillar enter to the pseudostem. So the caterpillar damage the internal tissues of the plant. They eat the internal tissues and what happened here, then the plant become yellow and turn into the brown and completely die. So those are the symptoms. So as well as we can identify the dead heart symptoms. So I think you heard about the dead heart symptom in the paddy. We mostly talk about the dead heart symptom. මල හදවත කියලා අපි කියන්නේ මෙතනදී වෙන්නේ pseudostem එක damage වෙන නිසා සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ගස වර්ධනයක නතර වෙලා ගස මුලින්ම මැදින් කඩන් වැටෙනවා. Because due to this damage, the plant can't uptake nutrients and water. The translocation may be damaged, destroyed. Therefore, plant completely dry off. So as control method, what we can do, we can, as discussed earlier, we can identify at the initial stage, as well as we can do the recommended insecticides to control them. We can spray them as well as in the severe stage to avoid spreading of this damage, this pest to other plants. We have to uproot and destroy the infected plants. So those are the control methods we can use to control the stem borer. So in addition to those pests, this pest stem borer, the leaf rolling caterpillar දැකලා තියෙනවා සමහර කහවල කොලේ roll වෙලා තියෙනවානේ. So that's the attack of leaf rolling caterpillar. As well as the scale insects also there. Scale insects, කොලේ scale insect පොඩි සත්තු ජාතියක් එළිලා ඉන scale insects. So these are some other minor pest attacks you can identify. ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට ලොකු pest attack දකින්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. So major pest problem is stem borer damage. So as diseases, so the leaf blotch disease caused by fungus. So here you can identify the yellow patches appear first, and then the yellow patches spread the whole leaf. Initially, you can identify the yellow patch, then those yellow patches spread all the leaf and all the leaf dry. So at the severe stage, leaf look scorch kind of පිච්චුණු ස්වභාවයක් දකිනවා at the severe stage, scorch or the burning symptoms. As a control method, we can use do the protection measures We can do the field sanitation, remove the debris, as well as we can uh, take the diseases-free planting material. We can do them, as well as in the severe stage, we can apply the fungicide as Mancozeb we can do. So this is here also the disease damage, fungal damage, it's very severe damage. So that's why during the planting stage, at the initial stage, we should avoid those diseases by doing the pre-treatment practice. We should immerse the planting material in the fungicide mixture to destroy all the diseases, all the fungus and the bacteria present in the planting material. So here also after 8 to 10 months period, we can obtain the harvest. So harvesting is done when the lower leaves turn yellow in color. So at that time, we can identify the uh, differences of the leaves. Leaves turn into the dark green color to yellow color, dry. So those are the symptoms to identify the correct harvesting stage. Then we can harvest the rhizomes carefully by hand, as well as the other practices same as the ginger. We should wash them, and we can do the post harvest practices. So normally average yield of this turmeric is around 13 to 25 metric tons per hectare. It means per hectare we can obtain around 13 to 25 metric tons. The metric tons කියලා කියන ආ දන්නා 10000ක් නේ කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 10 sorry 1000ක් තමයි ටන්නයක් කියන්නේ. එතකොට 13000ත් 25000ත් කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 13000 25000ට ලොකු ජීල්ලයක් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන්. So the price of turmeric. So do you know about the price of 1 kilogram of raw turmeric? Any idea? කා හදලා තියෙන අය දන්නවද? කහ තියෙන අය ඉන්නවද? හදලා තියෙන අය ඉන්නවද කහ? ඕ ඉගුරු. සාමාන්‍ය ඉගුරු අපිට කීයට වගේ විකුණන්න පුළුවන්ද? ඇවරේජ් වැලියු එකක් කියන්න බලන්න දන්න කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද? Ginger, what's the market price?
2500ක්
2500 per kilogram. Sorry? How much?
3,000 per kilogram.
2000?
No, 3,000.
3000. I mean the turmeric, no? So normally, the ginger and also the turmeric, these are the seasonal crops. Seasonal crops means during the season, market, there is a higher ginger and the turmeric we can see in the market. But in the off season, their availability is very low. Therefore, normally in the seasonal period, their price is getting reduced. But in the off season, the price is high. So normally at the season period, ginger price around 200 or sometime the 100, less than 100. සමහරවිට 100ට වඩා අඩු වෙනුත් යනවා කාලවල තියෙනවා. But in the off season, it may be more than 1000. So the turmeric also, දැන් හොඳටම turmeric ගැන දන්නවද පහුගිය කාලේ turmeric වලට ලොකු demand එකක් තිබුණා. හැමෝම turmeric වගා ගන්න ගත්තා. Because we stop importing turmeric from the India. ඉන්දියාවෙන් turmeric කියන එක නතර කරලා පස්සේ අපි turmeric වල මිල විශාල වශයෙන් වැඩි වුණා. අපිට turmeric හොයාගන්නත් බැරි වුණා market එකේ. So after that, farmers, what they do, they cultivated turmeric, ginger වගා turmeric වගා ගන්න පටන් ගත්තා. So as a reason for that, now we have very low price for the turmeric. Turmeric උත් මේ දවස්වල ගොඩාක් අඩු market එකට යන්නේ. Earlier ඒක ගොඩාක් සාමාන්‍ය කිලෝ එක 2000 3000 ලොකු price එකකට ගියා, but දැන් ආයි අඩු වෙලා තියෙනවා. Okay, then again I will show you a small video clip about the turmeric processing. Then watch this video clip and you can get a better idea about the harvesting, and later we will discuss them. Can you see my screen again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Capacity building activity of qualities has been used over the centuries in various recipes. The golden spice has enriched various foods, medicines, and even cosmetics. The plant belongs to the ginger family and is native to Southeast Asia. There are various products that we can get through turmeric, but in this video, we will focus on processing of turmeric for turmeric powder. The processing of turmeric into the powder form requires extra care and is done in various steps. Let's start from the top. Step 1. Harvesting. Turmeric is harvested when the plants are between 7 and 8 months of age, when the stems and leaves start to dry out and die back. The whole plant is removed from the ground, taking care not to cut or bruise the rhizomes. Step 2. Post-harvest cleaning and sweating. The leaves are removed from the plant and the roots are carefully washed to remove soil. Leaf scales and long roots are trimmed off. The lateral branches, which are known as the fingers of the rhizomes, are removed from the main central bulb, which is also known as the mother rhizome. The mother rhizome and fingers are heaped separately, covered in leaves and left to sweat for 1 day. The mother rhizome is the preferred material for planting the following year. Step 3. Curing. After cleaning, fresh rhizomes have to be cured. This involves boiling the roots to soften them and remove the raw odor. After curing, the starch is gelatinized, which reduces the drying time required, and the color is uniformly distributed throughout the rhizome. The specifications of curing turmeric vary from different places. For the curing process, the fingers and the mother rhizomes are boiled. The curing time for fingers should be between 45 minutes to 65 minutes, and for mother rhizome, it should be between 45 minutes to 90 minutes in boiling water. If not boiled for long enough, the rhizome will be brittle. It is recommended to use perforated containers with a capacity of 50 to 75 kg. The best time for curing is 2 to 3 days after harvest. If it is delayed after this, then the rhizomes may start to deteriorate. Step 4. Drying. After curing, the rhizomes are sliced before drying to reduce the drying time and to improve the quality of the final product. Turmeric is placed to be dried in the open. It may take 10 to 15 days for the rhizomes to become completely dry. Although artificial drying gives a brighter product than sun drying, it is important that the rhizome pieces are not placed in direct sunlight, as this will cause the color to fade. Using a mechanical dryer will result in a better color and a higher quality product. There are several different types of mechanical dryer that are suitable for drying turmeric. These include the tray dryer, cross-flow air tunnels, solar dryers, and cabinet dryers. The optimum drying temperature is 60°. Temperatures higher than this result in a darker colored product. Step 5. Grinding. Grinding can be a method of adding value to a product. It is a very simple process that involves cutting and crushing the rhizomes into small particles. There are a range of grinding mills available of different capacities and which work in different ways. With some of the mechanical mills, heat is generated during the grinding process, which can cause some of the volatile taste and aroma compounds to be lost. For the higher quality ground turmeric, the grinding temperature should be kept as low as possible. After grinding, the powder is sieved through different mesh screens until a uniform fine powder is obtained. Step 6. Packaging. Ground turmeric should be packed in moist-proof airtight polythene packages. The packages should be sealed and labeled with attractive labels. The label needs to contain all relevant product and legal information. The name of the product, brand name, details of the manufacturer, date of manufacture, expiry date, weight of contents, added ingredients, license number, FSSAI, license number, etc. Step 7. Storage. The bright color of ground turmeric will fade when it is left in the light for a long period of time. Therefore, the packets should be stored in a cardboard box away from the sunlight. The storage room should be clean, dry, cool, and free from pests. Till now, we have seen the demonstration of turmeric processing in PMFME scheme.
Okay, can you see my screen again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think you watched that video carefully and notice the important points. So let's discuss the post-harvesting practices and processing. Now you know how to harvest turmeric. Then after that, we should wash the rhizomes thoroughly, and also we should remove the all excess soil particles as well as root parts and also the stem parts. So after that, they should be left for about a day for wilting. Then mother rhizomes should be cut into pieces. So if we cut them into the pieces, we can remove the drying period. Then the rhizome should be boiled well in a closed pot filled with water, and the boiling time around 30 minutes. So 30-minute time, we should boil them carefully. And the boiled rhizome should be left indoor for about a day and then put for sun drying. After boiling, we should not put the rhizomes to direct sun drying. First, we should dry them under the roof, indoor drying per day. After that, we can put them into the sun drying. So the drying in the first 3 days is limited to 3 to 4 hours. The first day, we can reduce the drying time around 3 to 4 days. So after that, we can do the continuous drying. So drying is very important to get the quality products. Therefore, nowadays there are some mechanical dryers, ovens are available. So we can use those dryers to dry our product in the rainy season also. So in the rainy season, we can't practice the sun drying. But using dryers, we can continuously dry our product without affecting the rain. So the whole drying process required around 10 to 15 days or nearly 2 weeks required for complete the drying process. So when drying properly, we can hear a metallic sound. That dry not a person can metallic or the shock term tube breaking sadya kahna the dry velan තියෙන්නේ. So the dried rhizomes are rubbed on a rough surface to become them to bright yellow in color. Then using machines, we can obtain the turmeric powder. So the produce a final product we can use for the different purposes as we discussed at the beginning, for the cosmetic productions as well as spice, and also the Ayurvedic medicine. We use turmeric as a raw material. So the turmeric has a high demand, we discussed earlier. So incorporation in a mixed cropping system with the shrub and also the young trees, especially in the coconut cultivation and the banana cultivation, we can intercrop this crop as well as studies on the bioactive compounds. There are various possibilities for use the turmeric in the pharmaceutical products for different industries are nowadays doing several research to identify the bioactive compounds of turmeric, and also there is a huge demand for the local market also, as we discussed earlier with the ban of stopping the importing turmeric from India. Now in Sri Lanka also huge market we can identify for the turmeric. So intercrop, we can identify the intercropping this crop with other plants such as the coconut, banana, not only the turmeric, ginger, as well as most of the export agriculture crops we can successfully intercrop with other crops. Okay, so that's all about the turmeric, as well as we discuss the ginger and the turmeric. There is a small assignment for you. So the assignment is find out what are the constraints or the difficulties faced by the ginger farmer and the turmeric farmers in Sri Lanka. And also you can make some suggestions. Now you have that knowledge, then you can give some suggestions to overcome those constraints, those problems, to get a higher export market for ginger and the turmeric farmers. So this is the assignment. So to get more information, you can refer the Department of Sport Agriculture website. So you can refer their website, and under their website, you can more you can get or you can see more information about other export agriculture crops also by referring their website, as well as using the internet sources. You can find the answers, and please upload your answers on the LMS on or before 30th July 2023. Okay, clear? Any question regarding your assignment?
Sir, what is ginger oscillation after the ginger oil?
Sorry,
So after ginger oil, there's something called ginger. I forget the name. What is that?
oil compounds.
No, the notes for the ginger oil.
No, I can't hear you clearly. Can you please put a message to the chat box? Hello. Okay, can you see the screen again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So this is the website of the Department of Export Agriculture. So you can refer this website and you can get more knowledge about the export crops. So under the crop, this tab, you can see the various crops: arecanut, beetle, cardamom, cinnamon, citronella, clove. So at the given time, with this given time, we can't cover all those crops. So therefore, you can read these crops and get more information. And here all the things are there in videos also there. You can read them. Okay, the question I guess about the ginger value addition. So ginger, there are several value added products. I think I discussed about them. So the oil and we can use for pharmaceutical products. We can use ginger for producing sweet items also. So there are several products. I think I discussed them. Okay, then I will wind up the session. I think the Brian is there. Brian sir, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Sagar sir. We can start the session after 15 minutes break. That means 10:25.
25. Okay. Students, is it okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, be here around 10:25. I'll start the session then.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining with me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you see my slides? Yes, I think you can see my slides. Okay. Today we are going to discuss, I think you already discussed two crops, right? Ginger and turmeric, right? So now I'm going to explain about production and processing practices of pepper and cinnamon, right? Two crops. So here onwards, I am going to start pepper production and processing. And after that, I will discuss with you cinnamon production, right? Okay. Okay, these are the learning outcomes after ending this course. I mean, this part, you have to know the knowledge or you will be able to explain the potential of pepper as an EAC, identify the botany, describe the soil and climatic requirement, and you have to know what are the pepper cultivars. Then you have to know the processing practices of pepper and describe the pest and disease control of pepper, right? Okay, let's move to the introduction. Sorry. Pepper is one of the earliest spices known to man, right? Because as you know, in Asian countries and some of the Arabic countries, they have their cuisines enriched with so many spices, right? Ginger, turmeric, and so many things they have added. But when you are talking about the European countries, they have specific cuisines that they are using these spices, but earlier and nowadays also they have very limited use of these spices. But when you talking about pepper is something that widely used, right? Pepper and salt always there when they are steaming something, steamed food, always they are adding pepper and salt. So pepper is widely used spice. So we call this spice or pepper as king of spices, right? Remember, it's the king of spices, right? So, as I mentioned, it's the largest commodity in the international spice trade, native to damp jungles of the Kerala coast of southwestern India. So, the originated country or the pepper origin from where? India, right? Remember, pepper from India. Major producers and exporters are Brazil, India, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Even though originated from India, Brazil is the major producer. So Brazil, India, Malaysia, and Indonesia are the major producers and exporters. Can be grown both in monoculture or as an mixed crop in coconut and tea plantations, right? I think you may have seen these intercropping practices, right? So you can, even in coconut plantation, you can use interrows, right? You can use interrows to cultivate pepper. Or sometimes you can train the pepper vine to the coconut trunk, right? Both practices are there. So ඔයාලා දැක්කලා ඇති සමහර වෙලාවට මොකද කරන්නේ අර පෙපර් වයින් එක පොල් ගහේ කඳට ට්‍රේන් කරලා තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඉන්ටර්ක්‍රොප් يعني මැද්දෙන් වෙනම අපි ආධාරක යොදලා හදලා තියෙනවා. So both practices are there, right? In tea plantations also, there are shade trees, and in between these shade trees, you can cultivate pepper, right? So as a mixed crop, or monoculture also there, right? Ideal for home gardens. Actually, most of the production, pepper production, coming from home garden, right? I think you may have at least 1 or 2 pepper vine in your home garden, right? Because it is very easy to train and very easy to maintain, right? That is why we are having, and we can get our own spice need in our home garden, right? From our home garden. Okay. Then we'll look at the crop botany, right? I will go through the basics, right? I'm not going to talk about in deep what are the leaf shapes and pinnacles, because here I'm going to give you a brief introduction, because we have to talk about the main processing practices and agronomy part in this given slot, right? So we the pepper coming under the family Piperaceae, and genus is Piper. So we call the scientific name of this pepper is Piper nigrum, right? Piper nigrum. So it's a vine, right? It's a woody perennial and evergreen. Woody perennial means it has a hard, it's not a stem actually, it's woody, but it's very hard, and you have the experience when it get older, it will produce thick and hard wine, right? And it is evergreen. What do you mean by evergreen? Yes, can anybody tell me what do you mean by evergreen? I need you to interact with me. Just talk. Evergreen can what do you mean by evergreen? Hello. Yesterday, they were very interactive. I think you may have the same potential. What do you mean by evergreen? Anybody? Or I will just ask by pointing your names. Nisansala 03156. Nisansala either. Okay, I am receiving some chat or answers for the chat box. Yes, thank you. It's Sadahal. Yes, they do not shed leaves. Yes?
It's growing more than one season.
Yes, there is no any seasonal effect, right? There is no any seasonal effect. Yeah, it produces green leaves, and it stays green throughout the year, right? That is why we call it as evergreen plant, right? Okay. So then, soil and climatic requirements. So now we can look at the soil and climatic requirements of pepper. Rainfall, it should not less than 1,750 millimeter per annum, right? That means a proper rainfall. Rainfall means the water requirement, right? So it should have, the pepper vine should have a proper water source throughout the year, right? Otherwise, it will not grow well, right? Areas with prolonged drought should have facility for irrigation, right? Sufficient rainfall during the flowering season will ensure good pollination, right? If there is less amount of water, flowering or flowers will dry and fail, right? So what will happen? It will reduce the final harvest, right? Because our ultimate goal is to have a high pepper berries, right? High amount of pepper berries. So we have to ensure that all the flowers are pollinated and produce more spikes, right? With number of berries. So when we are not receiving the rainfall as we expected or according to the requirement of the plant, so what we should do? We have to provide irrigation. So irrigation means we can think there are different types. You can have ridge and furrows, or you can have sprinklers, or if it is very uh, dry area, or I mean the area is very, I mean, we can't withstand or we can't hold the uh, considerable amount of water. Definitely, we have to have a very intensive irrigation system like drip irrigation, right? Drip irrigation also in practice in dry lands, right? Other than that, we can use other methods. So normally, if the rainfall is sufficient throughout the year, we can depend on the rainwater, right? So the elevation can be grown from sea level up to elevation about 1,200 meter above sea level, which means in Sri Lanka, we have a good potential to grow this plant throughout, I mean, all over the land, right? Not almost all over, right? Not in hill countries, but hill countries also there is a potential, right? So you can see we have, or the Sri Lankan mm, the uh, the land area or the cultivated land area is more suitable for pepper cultivation. So temperature is the temperature variation, or this plant or this pepper vine can withstand minimum 10 degrees and maximum of 40 degrees. So what is the meaning? That means in Sri Lanka, normally we experience this range, right? We don't have any extreme temperatures, right? We don't see any snow, I mean, snow rains, right? We are having only 10 or 12. That's the minimum. But in Nuvareli and other areas, sometimes they may have less than that. But most of the areas, our temperature is lie in between 10 to 40 degrees. That means in Sri Lanka, we can easily cultivate pepper. So wind, continuous strong wind is harmful. Why? If there is continuous strong wind, definitely it will tear off or it will damage the pepper vine, right? So because it does, I mean, it can withstand for some amount of wind, but with heavy winds, it will definitely break. So that is why we have to make sure that it is not open for prolonged wind damage. So sheltered valleys and leeward slopes are the best for cultivation pepper in mid and upcountry. So you can see we have the potential to grow this plant in upcountry as well. So we can use sheltered valleys. That means what? If there is I mean, hilly area with a valley, right? Valley කියන්නේ මොකද සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ නිම්නය නේද? කඳු දෙකක් අතර තියෙන ප්‍රදේශය. So what happened? We can use that area to grow pepper, right? Because it will protect the plant from wind damage. And leeward slope, this the opposite side of the slope. So you can use that part also, pepper cultivation. So you can see the potential where we can grow this pepper vine. Okay. Soil should be well drained, right? Loamy soils and rich in organic matter. Minimum depth up to 60 centimeter. Since it's a perennial and woody perennial, it has good rooting system. And at least the soil depth should be 60 centimeters. And it should be loamy, rich in organic matter, right? But well drained, not waterlogging. Now we discussed about the extreme conditions, and yeah, even there is adequate amount of water, it should be well drained, right? If it is not well drained, we have to provide the drainage, right? We can use planting systems like ridge and furrow. Do you know the ridge and furrow system? Ridge and furrow planting method. What do you mean by that?
Yes,
Yes. It's like this, right? There are ridges, there are furrows, like this. Okay, we have to prepare the land like this. If we experience the following conditions. Now, where we plant the pepper vine? Which place? We have to plant here, right? So we have to establish pepper vine here, right? So it will provide adequate amount of water and excess amount of water will drain through these furrows, right? Okay. So what are the pepper cultivars, right? There are different types of like varieties, right? We call them as cultivars because variety we are using pepper Piper nigrum. So we are not call them as varieties; they are cultivars because it is coming from the selection, right? First one is local selection. There are 10 local lines have been identified by the Department of Export Agriculture, right? Department of Export Agriculture is the government authentic body who is responsible to do the research and give recommendations for this pepper and all the export agriculture related crops, right? So already they have identified 10, actually 10, now more than that, right? When preparing this presentation, it was 10. Now we have new different selections as well. So screening, there's a screening procedure. Local selection means we are selecting the best characteristics or the best quality plants according to our desires, right? So the screening procedure was based on these characteristics, right? High pungency, right? What do you mean by pungency? What is the meaning of pungency? Yes.
Sarah Arayana.
Sarah, yes, Sarah. Pungent can kochara Sarah. So when you are cultivating pepper, the ultimate goal is to have a good harvest. Good harvest means the harvest should be high in amount or the quantity, as well as it should have the required amount of pungency. So pungency So our expectation is to have a pungency as a characteristic to decorate our cuisines. So if the selected variety doesn't have the required amount of pungency, it is not good, right? So bold berries means it is not flat, it is not wrinkled, right? Bold berries means very shine and bold, right? It's and big, right? Continuous bearing habit. There are some wines. This year they are giving the berries, and the next year it is not, right? So that means it's a loss because we are always investing and we are spending our money on fertilizers, agriculture practices, I mean the agronomic practices and harvesting those things, we are always spending money. So if it doesn't have the continuous bearing habit, that means it's a not good cultivar, right? Resistant to pest and disease, right? Remember, when you are preparing a new variety, always variety or a cultivar, you can write resistant to pest and disease, right? It should be there, right? Because we are always concerning on the pest and diseases, right? Then there are two commercial cultivars. Local selection means the selected varieties from locally available because seed propagation is there, cross pollination happens. That means diversity occurs. With the diversity, we can see different characteristics from the vine, right? By looking at them, we can select the best local cultivars. But there are some commercial cultivars introduced by different institutes. So Panure 1 is one of that, right? It is coming from India, able to get harvest second year of planting under good management. That is something important, right? Because we have to think about the harvesting period because some now let's say rubber, we have to wait until 5 to 6 years to tap, right? Likewise, we have to wait at least 2 years to get the harvest from pepper, right? So it is from India. The other one is kuching. Kuching from Malaysia, more susceptible for disease in long run under local conditions, right? If we continuously grow or use kuching cultivar, it will susceptible to diseases. So that's a weak point, right? So you can see commercially available varieties. So cultivation of Panure 1 along with the local selection will be economically beneficial, right? So you can see economically beneficial means we have to have high pungency, bold berries, continuous bearing habit, resistant pest and disease, and early bearing habit. So we can use mix of these two cultivars, right? Okay. If you have questions, you can ask, you can raise your hand, or otherwise you can directly ask, right? I will answer. Then propagation techniques of pepper. We can use different types of cuttings, right? There are 3 types, right? For vegetative propagation, seed propagation also there, but vegetative propagation is done because we can have a high amount of planting or the high amount of good quality planting material at the same time, and it will reduce or it will avoid the variation, right? There is no any what do you mean? The cross pollination is not there, right? So variation is not there. We can expect whatever the parental characteristics from the new plants as well, right? So terminal stems, right? That is the upper part of the vine, and you can use lateral branches. Branches are there in the vine. You can see when you're training a vine, there are lateral branches. You can use lateral branches as well. And basal runners. Basal runners are coming from the base, right? When you are training the vine to a support trunk or support stick, some of the runners or some of the parts or the branches are going or spreading on the ground. We call them as basal runners. All these, the cuttings from all these parts can be taken to produce new plants, right? Best time for collect cuttings during the period following the fruiting and harvesting season. That means following the fruiting and harvesting means first you have to allow it to fruit and harvest, because at that time it requires the energy or the required food to store in the berries, right? After flowering, after fruiting and harvesting, that means there is no what do you call it? There is no any function to store fruit, right? Food, right? So what it does, or the vine will start to grow, right? Because it has the vegetative growth and the reproductive growth. So now again it will grow, right? At that point you can harvest, right? It will give you a good quality cutting, right? Just after taking the cutting, immerse the basal cut end in water immediately after removing the vine from the parent vine, right? So what you have to do is, just after cutting the required portion, you have to immerse it in water to avoid drying, right? If it is drying off, it will reduce the vigor of the new plant or the planting material, right? We have to maintain the vigor. So for that, we have to immerse in the water. So time between collection of cutting and planting in the rooting medium should not exceed 24 hours, right? Because just after cutting, we have to do the rest of the practices. Moistening the cutting, right? Cover with polythene, wet newspaper, banana leaves, right? All those practices, whatever the practices you can use, but anyhow, you have to ensure that the cut end is well moist, right? Keep in a cool place to avoid drying. Cutting with 2 to 3 knots should be prepared for planting in the rooting medium. There are different types of rooting medium. I'm not going to discuss these things. Just for your knowledge, there are some rooting hormones you can use. So you can prepare the rooting medium, and you can plug, or you can keep the cut end in the rooting medium for the rooting, right? Okay, then harvesting and processing of pepper, right? Now we are going to learn about harvesting and processing. Now you have you know how to prepare the planting material. Now harvesting and processing. Harvest in Sri Lanka pepper flower twice a year, that is Maha and Yala. right? Major crop, that means 70% of the total harvest coming from November to January, and rest, the 30% will coming May to July, right? Each spike is picked off from the fruiting branches, avoiding damages to the tender branches and avoiding losing of the vine from the support. That means you have to carefully do this practice, right? Because most of the time, what they are doing, hand picking, right? They are hand picking the vine using a scissor or something small cutter, because you have to avoid the damage to the vine. If you drag or if you forcefully remove the spike, definitely it will tear off the vine, right, or the branch, or you will detach the vine from the base, right? So the support, right? අපි මොකක් හරි හදන්නේ අපි මේ යුනියන් සීඩිය ගන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි ඒක ට්‍රunk එකට මොකද ටී වල ට්‍රunk එක sorry කොකනට් ට්‍රunk එකට අපි ට්‍රේන් කරලා තියෙනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක බේස් එකට attach වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. So if you forcefully drag it, definitely it will detach the vine from the support. So what will happen? It will droop off, right? ඒක අනිත් පැත්තට එහෙම වැටෙනවා මොකද වෙන්නේ? අපිට train කරන්න බැරි වෙනවා. It will cause damages, and it will definitely reduce the vigor of the vine as well, right? So we have to avoid, or we have to take care to avoid this happens, right? Correct stage of harvesting. Few of the berries in the spike are turned into yellow or red color. So you can see in this picture, there are two spikes. One is in green color and the other one is red or yellowish color, right? So no need to stay until all the berries turn into yellow or red, reddish color. So if you can observe one or two berries from the spike turn into yellow, red, definitely you can start harvesting, right? So that is the way we observe the correct time of harvesting, right? You have to remember these things, yeah? Because you are doing the diploma in agriculture and plantation management. So these are the basics. So if somebody asks, you have to know these things. Two types of commercial pepper can be prepared from the berries, right? Black pepper from fully matured, unripe, or the green berries, right? Like in this picture, unripe, right? And white pepper from fully ripe, red berries. So there are two processes: black pepper processing and white pepper processing. Black pepper from unripe, fully matured, right? Fully matured, but unripe. That means green berries. And white pepper from fully ripe, red berries. Right? Okay. So black pepper, like this. You can see the green color of the harvested spikes and how it turned into black color. So we call it as black pepper. And white pepper, it should be, there's a mix of red and green, but you are using only fully ripe berries, and you can see the white color of the final product. Right? Okay. We'll discuss one by one the processing steps, right? So the harvested pepper spikes. Now the black pepper process, right? First step is harvested pepper spikes are heaped for 1 to 2 days and separate berries. Okay. Now I need you to talk why we stacked or why we heaped 1 to 2 days before starting this processing. What is the reason? Yes. What is the reason? Hello, I need you to talk. Why we heaped? Just guess, right? There might be some wrong answers. It's okay. Just give your opinion. Why we heaped on 1 to 2 days before start this processing? If you are not answering, I will wait until somebody talks, right?
When drying, the water in the water will be reduced, then it's easy to separate very well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's not actually the removing water is not the purpose, but yes, you are correct. It will it will easy. I mean, yes, it will dry off the attachment, right, from the spike. So it will ease the detachment of berries from the spike. Yes, thank you very much. So that is why we have to heat at least 1 to 2 days before starting the process, right? So you can see how they heat, right? By using gunny bags, you can do this process. Then you can use the paper separate, right? If you are doing it in commercial level, but when you are doing it in home scale, right? In your home, no need to have this type of machineries. So how you can remove the spike then? By manually, you can. Yes.
By the hand processing.
Can't hear you clearly.
Manual threshing.
Yes, yes. Manually, we can use that means we can use our hands and we can give the pressure and you can thresh it, right? So you can remove the spikes, right? Because we don't have large quantity, right? Okay. Then the second step is berries are sent for hot water treatment, right? So remember, there's a hot water treatment. How you do the hot water treatment? Dip the pepper in hot water. That means 80 to 90 degrees for 2 to 3 minutes in a barrel, right? Not for a long period, only for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, why we do this hot water treatment process? What is the reason? Why we give it a hot water treatment? Yes. Why? What is the reason?
segment available. We can dry
No,
quickly.
no, we can dry without soaking. Thank you very much for your answer. But that is not the reason.
Separate the seeds.
No, we already separated. We are not using seeds. Actually, we are using the whole berry, right? We are not removing the outer part, right? We are using the whole berry, so there is no need of separating seeds. But if you intended to say that separating from the spikes, we already done that part. So the reason for this hot water treatment is to kill all the microorganisms or all the pathogens, right? To avoid deteriorate, right? We are giving hot water treatment to keep it for a longer period of time, right? Okay. Then the next step is spread in thin layer on mats and dried in the sun for 5 to 6 days or in hot air dry. So you can see in this left side, sun dry, right? We need a special area. Most of the case, it's a concrete laid floor, right? And it should be well swept. And you can spread it in a thin layer, right? Whatever the hot water treated berries and allow it to dry. Okay, so disadvantages of this process is, right? Process are, we have to make sure that the contamination is minimum. Most of the cases, if you are doing it in open space, right? Bird feces, right? Some of the parts, birds, because birds are flying from the above ground, right? So they will come into these fields and they will add some impurities. And rodents, rats, they will come, right? So you have to make sure that there is no chance to contaminate. And the major case is you have to depend on the current climatic conditions, right? So if you are using 5 to 6 days for sun drying and there is no sun and you are experiencing only heavy rains, there is no chance to dry like this. So after after giving the hot water treatment, it is already wet, right? So you can't keep it for a long time. Definitely you have to dry it, right? So what happens when there is humid environment or rainy conditions, you don't have the possibility to dry it properly, right? So that means it will deteriorate the quality and it will definitely form some fungus and some of the other microorganisms and definitely reduce the keeping quality of the final product, right? Instead, if you are having, if you don't have, no, you are doing in commercial way, you can use a mechanical dryer, right? Like this dryer, right? There are trays you can spread and no need 5 to 6 days. Within 6 to 12 hours, you can definitely totally dry your harvest, right? So that is the difference. Okay. Then the last step, sorry, not the last step, actually the fifth step is dry paper separated by winnowing, right? You know what is the winnowing machine? So you can winnow, right? You can use a winnowing machine to separate according to its grade, right? So you can use this machine to remove, or you can use good quality berries because there are some crashed berries, right? So the size or the particle size might be different, right? Accordingly, you can check and you can separate it and you can grade it quality wise, right? So high quality berries are the bold berries. Actually, it will shrink off after drying, but you can see a good quality difference between a good quality pepper and the parts, right? Likewise, we can separate. Then the last one, right? It should be sixth, right? Not fifth, right? So last one is packaging and storing. So you can see we can use polythene bags or plastic gunny bags for the packaging, right? For the exporting purpose or for the local market, you can use this type of packaging methods, right? Okay. Any questions from the black pepper processing? You can see the black color, right? It's totally in black, right? If there are impurities, it will deviate from the quality. If it is in good black color, that means it is very good, right? Okay. Okay, then we'll see the processing steps of white pepper, right? Okay. So we need fully ripened berries, not only matured, unripe, the fully ripened. So color should be like this, red or yellowish in color, right? It is fully ripe, not green color, right? Okay. The step or the second step is first step is we are collecting fully ripened berries. Then second step is separation of berries from the spike, right? So here, no need to heap it or no need to keep it until 1 to 2 days because already it's fully ripened, easy to detach. So there are some pepper separators, spike separators, or else you are doing it in home scales. Manually, you can separate berries from the spike, right? So you can see the separated berries and their color. Then the next step is packing of pepper in polysacks before soaking, right? You can see in this picture, you are soaking, there are polysac bags, right? You can use polysacks and you can store these fully ripe berries inside the polysac bags, right? Then pepper soaking tanks, it means 3 to 6 days, right? So you can see earlier or now we don't practice this method because we don't have enough good water resources. And if you practice this in a commercial level, they will not allow because the people who are at the downstream or the lower levels of that river stream will use for other purposes. So definitely contamination is not good. So now it is not allowed, but earlier it was done like this because it requires flowing water. That means always it should be refreshed, right? Not water with, the same water for a long time. That is why water contained in soaking tanks should be replaced once in 2 days, right? So we have to make sure that the tanks are well filtered, right? Or we remove the existing water and we are adding new set of water because we have to allow to wash off whatever the impurities coming out from these polysacs, right? So you can use high density polyethylene or HDPE tanks for soaking or otherwise river soaking, right? Normally now we are doing the second one in commercial level, right? Okay, the next step is remove the outer ring, right? Now here we are removing the outer ring. Early in black pepper processing, there was no such process, right? We just give the hot water treatment and allow it to dry. But here we are removing the outer ring. That is why the color has difference, right? Because early it was black color. After removing the outer ring, we can have white color seed, right? So there are some machineries you can use to remove, or otherwise you can manually, you can give some pressure and you can crush it, right? Not to damage to the seed, but applying some pressure, you can remove the outer ring, right? So you can see here, then what we have to wash off the outer ring, right? Seeds are then cleaned by washing with fresh water. So manual washing means you can use by using your hands. And when you apply water after threshing, or after applying the pressure to the pulp, it will definitely remove the ring, right? Then having 2 to 3 times of washing cycles, definitely you can observe the white color of the seeds, right? If not, you can do it in manual method, right? You can use mechanical method. You can use machineries or washers with high pressure. Then definitely it will peel off. This is not how peppers are washed, right? This is some other product. But this type of washing, machineries we can use, right? Then soaking in citric acid. The same way we applied the hot water treatment, here we are adding citric acid, right? 2%. That is for the same purpose. So you can use plastic barrel for soaking, right? Then washing with fresh water and drying, right? After applying the citric acid, we have to again wash it from the fresh water, right? So what we have done, we sterilize the product, right? We sterilize the product, again washed to remove the sterilizing agent. Now what we have to do is we have to dry it manually or mechanically. So you can see here the care must be taken, right? So since it is not black in color, if there are impurities, definitely it will detect, right? So we have to make sure there's a minimum addition of impurities. So we have to have fence and good covering. But again, we have to depend on the climatic conditions or the rain, right? When you're doing the sun drying as manual method. So we can use the same machine or the same dryer mechanically to dry. So 6 to 8 hours required only for this drying process, right? 50 to 60 degrees, 6 to 8 hours, right? The product further cleaned by winnowing, right? There are some winnowing machines. So you can use a winnowing machine. Winnowing can okay, if we are doing it in manual way, how we can winnow? Winnowing manually if you don't have that much of that, high amount of production, only we need to produce a small amount of white pepper from our house, and it is very small, so we don't have any machineries. Then how you do this process? Manually? How we can do it?
Use the hand method.
Can't hear you clearly. Oven. Yes, oven is for drying, Fatima. I'm asking the winnowing. Winnowing means we have to separate the rest of the rinse or whatever the impurities to get only the seeds. So how we can do it? Use the hand. Yes, use the hand. We can use a cooler, ne? Cooler again. Likewise, so we can do it manually like that, right? Then what? Then you can store and package, right? So you can use jute gunny bag, bulk packaging, or polythene bag packaging, right? Pulang, yes. Okay. So that is how we prepare white pepper. So you can see the difference, right? This is white pepper, right? This is white pepper and this is black pepper. See the difference of the color, right? Okay, right? Okay, now I'm going to give you a homework. Refer the website of Department of Export Agriculture. I saw that Sagras are also referring the website. So I will lastly show that, right? Fertilizer application of pepper and pest and diseases. You have to familiar. I will show some specimen photographs, but these things for your homework, right? I'm not going to discuss. There are no not much of pest and diseases that we can found. Normally in spices, we have very few amount of pest and diseases. Why? It is very pungent and pests are reluctant to attack to this one, right? So wait. Wait. Okay, this is a website as you already seen in the last lecture. So you can go to pepper. Right? Okay. So you can see the introduction and what are the available varieties. See, I already discussed there are 10 locally produced, local selected cultivars, right? But you can see newly introduced because when you go to the Department of Export Agriculture outlet or whatever the place that you are going to, I mean, if you are willing to cultivate pepper, you don't see all those panivur no kuching. You just having local cultivars or the available cultivars are Dingirada, right? Butaverada and Kokumburada. These are the main locally available varieties or the selection. So you can see the parents, right? Dingirada, it is Panure 1 into GK49. GK49 is a local variety. So you can see the cross, the parents are the Panure 1 and GK49. Panure 1 means it has long spikes. I will show some photographs, then you can understand, right? Then Butaverada, Panure 1 and DM7. So Panure 1, if it the parent is Panure 1, that means the fruiting started after how many years? The first fruiting after okay, it's not the assignment, it's a homework. I will give you the assignment. I will show it again, right? Wait, just look at this, right? So, panure normally it gives the first harvest after 2 years, right? So that means Dingirala, Butavirala, and Kokumbarala should give the harvest after 2 years, right? So the length of the panicle, you can see 12 centimeter, 14 centimeter, and the filling percentage. I will show the specimens, then you can see the 80% filling percentage. That means in the spike, sometimes you will see gaps, right? There are no berries in the spike, right? So filling percentage means in this spike, you can see berries and there are some gaps. So filling percentage means you can see berries 80% from the spike. So the dry weight, the amount of pungency, all the things are here. So you can have the basic idea. Then soil and climatic needs, how to grow, all those things are here, right? How to use cover crops, cereal logging, right? These are the diseases, right? So no need to worry about some other places. All things are here, right? Pepper yellow mottle disease, quick wilt, slow wilt, right? Vine borer, those are pests, right? Lace bug. We are not going to discuss these things. All the things are here. Just go through these things. Are there, right? I will show thrips attack. It's very common attack. I will show it, right? Harvesting and post-harvest practices, right? How to grade, all things are here, right? Okay. This is the homework. So you asked me to show it again. So this is the homework. You have to have a proper note for fertilizer application and pest and diseases, right? I'm not going to give these things. Okay, shall I move?
Sir, submitted on PDF for presentation, sir.
Sorry. I can't hear you clearly. I will show you some specimens, right? I have some specimens, photographs. Okay. Can you see this? Can you see the photos? Okay, so this is the pepper vine. So you can see how the pepper vine, the growth happens. And this is the inflorescence. So you can see the inflorescence, right? Then, see, this is the inflorescence, right? These are the nodes, right? So you can see the roots, right? Or the attachments, leaves, inflorescence, internodes, nodes, right? So the nodes. When it touches the ground, definitely it will starts rooting. So you can see the uprooted part, right? See? Okay, this is pannier. You can see the size of the spike. It's very long, right? And I mentioned about the fruiting percentage or the filling percentage, right? So you can see here in this spike, there are some gaps, right? See the gaps? No, the homework is not for submission, right? I will give you one. Earlier, I thought to give you 2 assignments, but I'm not going to do that because you are having so many assignments now. So I will give you one assignment from cinnamon, not from pepper, right? So I will give you one assignment, then I will tell you how to do it, right? No need to worry about that. Here, just for your homework, because there will be some questions in the exam, right? That is why you need to have your own note, right? Okay. So look at this. Look at this spike. So you can see there are some empty spots, right? See, it's not properly filled, right? See. So the filling percentage 80% means when we are taking this total spike, all the places with berries should be 80% or more, right? Indingirala, right? Bootavarala, right? Okay, this is pannier 1. Right? This is kuching, right? This is kuching. So you can see short berries, but their berries are bold, short spikes, right? Sorry. This is kuching. See? Very bold berries. And see the difference, right? The size is bigger than the pannier 1. However, the spike is short, right? That is kuching. And what happened, or how you see the leaf or the size of the leaf. Wait, I will show you the pannier. This is pannier, right? So look at the leaf. So you can see it has comparatively larger leaves, but kuching you have small leaf area, right? Shape also bit different, right? So see the difference. This left one is kuching, and this is pannier at the right side, right? So I think you can see the difference, right? This is KW-33, one of the locally selected cultivar. So you can see it has long spikes, but see the bearing habit. Berries are not evenly produced in the spike, right? So you can see there are many gaps. But when you are thinking about the pungency or the resistant to pest and diseases, this might have good characteristics, right? So That is why we are having different types of selections, right? See? And this is MB12, another local selection. And you can see the shape of the leaf. This might be origin from Kuching, I don't know, right? This is GK49, right? You observe that the parents are GK41 and Panure 1 or something for Dingiral. So here also, this is GK49, right? Wait, I'll check and let you know. Yes, GK49 and Panure 1 for Dingiral, right? So this is GK49. So it will mix with Panure 1 to produce Dingiral, right? KW31, see? NW21. Okay, that's about the morphology. Now there are some pest and diseases. This is little leaf disease, right? You can identify this disease by looking at the leaf. It is kind of a wrinkled leaf, you can see, and leaves are small in size, right? See, wrinkled small leaf. So we call it as little leaf disease, right? Okay. Then caterpillar attacks, right? Caterpillars, they will feed on the leaves, right? So you can see the patches on the leaves. So ultimately what will happen? It will reduce the photosynthetic area. That means ultimately it will reduce the crop because it doesn't have the enough leaf area to produce more foods, right? Okay. Those are the thrips attacks. Very easy to identify. If you see this type of leaves in your home garden, if you have pepper vines, that is for thrips. What they do, they feed on the lower part of the leaf, and it will they will produce a hollow, I mean, a bent structure. You can see the margin, right? Look at this margin. බලන්න පේනවා මේ මාජින් එකේ යාලා නමලා වෙනම පොඩි පාත්යක් හදාන්න තියෙනවා. මේක ඇතුලේ තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ජීවත් වෙන්නේ, right? Strips are living inside this hollow area, right? So it's easy to identify the thrips attack, right? Margins are like this, right? Okay. See? So thrips are living under this thrips attack. So this is a cross section of the pepper seed. You can see the pericarp, endocarp, and the endosperm, right, for your understanding. And these are the fully ripened berries, right? Fully ripened berries. See? Okay. See, the bearing habit or the filling percentage is around, I think, 95 or more than that, right? It might be a kuching, right? Short spike, but see the fruiting habit. There's no space, right? All the area filled with berries, right? Okay. That's all about paper. So if you have any questions, ask now. Do you have any questions? Or else we can move to the cinnamon cultivation, production and processing. Now, okay then. Okay, we'll start cinnamon, right? If you want to drink some water, I will give you 2 minutes before starting this, the next session.
Recording stopped.
Okay, now we are going to learn about cinnamon processing. So, okay, I think you can see my slides. Right, cinnamon production and processing. So you know the basics of pepper and how to grow and where to grow, what are the quality characteristics. Likewise, now we are going to learn about cinnamon, right? Okay, after learning this session, these are the learning outcomes as in the previous way. You have to know the potential of cinnamon as an EAC, the botany, and those things, right? Okay, so the cinnamon is coming under family Lauraceae, right? The genus is Cinnamomum. There are different species, but our important, economically important species is Cinnamomum verum, Russell, right? It's Cinnamomum verum. So it's a true cinnamon, and we call it as Ceylon cinnamon, right? And there are some other cinnamon varieties, right? Cinnamomum cassia, Cinnamomum burmani, Cinnamomum laureuri, right? There are different types, right? We are talking about Cinnamomum verum. There are different types, but all those types are coming under these species, right? So the true cinnamon or the Ceylon cinnamon is indigenous to Sri Lanka. So you can see it is indigenous to Sri Lanka. Originated in central hills, that is Kandy, Matale, Belehulloya, Haputale, and Singaraja forest, right? Okay, what is the origin or the originated country of pepper? Yes. Pramodya, can you hear me? 3077, Pramodya, can you hear me? Pramodya, are you there? Yes, Pramodya. I need to check whether you're available or not. Otherwise, I'm just talking only to the screen. Actually, it's very, very difficult to do uninteractive session, right? You are not interacting with me, so I don't know whether you could, I mean, whether you understood it or not. Just interact with me. So if you don't understand, if it is not clear, just let me know. Then I know that you are there. Otherwise, I'm just telling to the screen. Okay, Chatura Punyavardhana. Chatura, are you there? Two people missing. Pratibani 3100. Pratibani. Pratibani, are you there? Pratibani, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Can you give me the answer? What is the originated country of pepper?
India.
Yes, correct. It is from India, right? Thank you very much. And I got answers in the chat box as well. So thank you. So cinnamon is from Sri Lanka, right? Sri Lanka is the best and largest cinnamon producer in the world. So we are producing 60% of the cinnamon needs in the world, right? Okay, yes. Then we have different types of products, right? Quills and chips, right? Mostly we are exporting quills and chips, right? Around 7,000 tons, right? It's now the figure might be changed due to different factors, but yes, the large producer of quills and chips. Other than those, leaf oil and bark oil also in the process, right? So we can extract oils from leaf and the bark, right? Essential oils are produced from both bark and leaves. Cinnamon is also available in pure ground form as an ingredient in curry mixtures, right? So in most of the cuisines, we use cinnamon. So ground form, right, mostly used in Ayurvedic medicine also, right? There are cinnamon drinks and cinnamon flavored tea, right? Cinnamon drink, I think some of the, I think there are some uses. People use cinnamon drink as a mode to reduce fat, right? Reduce weight, right? Kettu ende bono dakala tiyanawada mee pani see I don't know the I mean the results, right? Because there are different Ayurvedic recommendations and some are, I have seen different recommendations and how they are using the videos, but I'm not going to tell you whether it is effective or not, but in the medicine they are using it, right? So those are the users. Cinnamon leaf and bark oils are used to flavor food products, right? In perfumery industry, widely use these oils, right? And pharmaceutical industry as well, right? Then what are the growing areas? As you saw in previous slides, originated in Central Hills, but you can see the presently cinnamon cultivation concentrated along the coastal belt, stretching along the coastal belt from Negombo to Matha, right? Even though it is from Central Hills, now the cultivation area is coastal belt, right? As well in inlands of Matara, Kaltara, Ambalangoda, and Ratnapura. So total extent of cinnamon in Sri Lanka is about 15,500 hectares. This might change now, right? Okay.
Sir, excuse
Okay.
me.
Yes.
Sir, is there any other countries except Sri Lanka, we are growing cinnamon?
Yes, we can see. That's why I mentioned that only 60% of the total demand produced in Sri Lanka, India, and Malaysia, and there are some other countries as well. They have the cinnamon, but we are the largest producer, right? So go to the website Export Agriculture, and if you search for the cinnamon producing countries, you can have different. India is mostly there because there are different varieties. I mean, different selections from India as well. So here we are learning only about Sri Lankan product, right? So that is why I said only 60%, right? The other 40% coming from other countries, right? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we'll look at the botany of the cinnamon, right? So it's a tree, right? Evergreen tree. Now you know what is evergreen, right? Height of the tree is around 10 to 15 meters. That means it's a tall tree, right? Meter the higher part of it's a gahak, right? Stem girth is around 30 to 50 centimeter under natural conditions, right? So if you remember, normally rubber tappings commence in the girth around 50 centimeters, right? That means it's a huge tree, right? But we are not allowing it to grow as as a huge tree, right? When copied from time to time, it could be maintained as a bush of 2 to 2.5-meter height with multiple stems arising from the base, right? Even though it's a tree, right? We are copying, right? We are cutting or we are lopping, right? We are doing a seasonal harvesting, right? Because the economically important part is the bark. That means we have to cut the tree, right? After cutting, there are sprouts coming out. So we are maintaining it as bush, right? So there are fruits, dark purple, one-seeded berries are there, right? So these are the flowers, right? Small, creamy, and inconspicuous. That means you can't clearly find or clearly see the flower. It's very small, right? And you can see the berries as well, dark purple, one-seeded berries, right? Okay. So the climatic requirements, you can see the temperature, it requires the temperature between 25 to 30. Not as the pepper is normally 10 to 40 degrees. That means there is a wide range, but you can see for the cinnamon cultivation, you need 25 to 32 degrees, right? That means the range is restricted, right? The rainfall should be 1,750 to 2,500 millimeter per annum. So it requires high amount of water, right? Than the pepper, right? Not suitable for areas with prolonged dry periods, right? So you have to ensure that the area we are going to grow is well, the water supply is there or even it has the good rainfall, right? Cinnamon is sun-loving plant and high sunshine is needed. So you have to allow it to exposed to direct sunlight, right? It's a sun-loving plant, right? So in shady areas, you can't have a good vigor from this plant. So we have to make sure that it is exposed into direct sunlight, right? It's a tree now. then the soil condition. Cinnamon can be grown in various types of soil, varying from silver sands in Negombo to loamy and lateric gravelly soils in southern coastal belt and interior. So you can see the difference, right? But it's in the coastal area. The bark quality is influenced by soil and climatic factors, right? Best quality cinnamon is produced in white sandy soil in Negombo. So that is why we are having high quality cinnamon in Negombo area, right? Sandy soil is the most preferred, right? Because according to the soil conditions, the bark characteristics will differ, right? The best grade cinnamon called Alba. Remember the name, right? Alba is mainly produced in red yellow podzolic soils in southwest region of Sri Lanka, right? Cinnamon needs a deep soil because it's a huge plant, right? Even though we are maintaining the top part by copies in time to time, it's a huge plant, though it has a good rooting system, right? So it needs deep soil. But cinnamon roots can penetrate even through the cracks of the parent material to deeper layers, right? So since it's a huge plant, even though we are copiing from the top part, the bottom part or the below the ground, it will have a good penetration or a very strong root system. So it can even penetrate through rocks. That's why it's in the parental material, right? Penetrate through the cracks of the rocks, right? Okay. What are the varieties that we are using? There are 8 different types of cinnamon based on differences in leaf structure, right? Leaf and bark pungency and the grittiness, right? Grittiness means when you're touching the bark, right, you can feel its roughness or smoothness, right? අපිට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කොහොමද වෙන්න ඕන? How we prefer? Rough bark or a smooth bark? What is the best bark we need for a high quality cinnamon production? What do you say? අපිට ඕනේ rough bark එකක්ද ටිකක් smooth bark එකක්ද? Yes. I need your answers. Yes, smooth bark, right? Because if it is, I mean, when it's getting rougher, right? I mean, it's very difficult to harvest or difficult to do the peeling off process, right? Okay, so according to these characteristics, we have 8 varieties, right? All because originally it is coming from Sri Lanka, we have single names, right? Pani miris kurundu, right? Titta kurundu, kahata kurundu, valley kurundu, sevel kurundu, naga kurundu, pani rasa kurundu, and piris kurundu, right? These are 8 varieties. Pani miris kurundu, titta kurundu, kahata kurundu, valley kurundu, sevel kurundu, naga kurundu, pani rasa kurundu, and piris kurundu, right? So always it is coming with kurundu, right? Not cinnamon, right? Okay. Then seed propagation, right? Normally seed propagation is widely used method, right? However, it can also be propagated by stem cutting and layering. That means vegetative propagation also there, but seed propagation is the preferred method. Seeds are collected from desirable mother plants. Erect stems with smooth bark, right? See, smooth bark, erect stem, right? When the stem is erectly grown, it is very easy to peel off, right? Good quality cinnamon. And vigorous growth, right? The vigor is very essential. Then easiness of peeling the stem bark and free from pest and disease, right? Always you can say free from pest and disease, right? Sweetness and flavor. Normally cinnamon, when you taste a cinnamon bark, right? I mean, a fresh cinnamon bark, you can feel that sweetness, right? So according to the sweetness and the other pungency and other factors, we can choose the planting material. Collected fleshy berries are left in heaps for 2 to 4 days in shade to soften and rot, right? So we have to remove the pulp. We have to remove the layer. So what we do, we heap it 2 to 4 days to soften and rot. The pulp is then removed and seeds are washed and air dried. So you can see pulp is removed. Removing the pulp, seeds are washed and air dried. So the whatever the outer parts already removed. Washed seeds should immediately sown because viability of seeds will lose with the time, right? So we have to make sure all the viable seeds are used for the propagation, right? Okay. Then this is a homework activity. There are two different types, direct seeding and seed bed or cinnamon bowl method, right? So I will share these slides so you can have the homework. You can have a small note, right? It is not, I mean, I didn't discuss because all the things are available in the website. So you can refer those things and have a small note, right? For the field establishment, right? Okay, then the fertilizer application for cinnamon, right? When harvesting, the whole cinnamon plant is harvested. Hence, the bush needs a high fertilizer dose to rejuvenate a new shoot, right? As I mentioned, we are harvesting the vegetative part. So that means we are giving a high shock, right? It's a stress condition to the plant because we are removing the photosynthetic area, right? We are not copying off all the branches, but anyhow, we are removing considerable amount, right? So we have to add fertilizer, right? To rejuvenate. Rejuvenate can now the vardhaname, right? Application of chemical fertilizer increases the yield significantly, and application of organic fertilizer, that means cinnamon leaves, compost, water manure, is highly beneficial for successful growth and yield, right? So these are the fertilizer recommendations. I'm not going to discuss. That is for your own reference. And fertilizer is applied twice a year with the beginning of rains of Yala and Ma. Yes, Hashan Bandar. Yes, you can ask your question. Hashan?
Sir?
Any question? No.
No, sir.
Okay, okay. So we have to apply fertilizer twice a year. If need, dolomite can be applied, right, to correct the soil pH, right? Because if it is, we are, we are growing mostly in sandy soil, right? So what is the cause, or we are applying something, or we are applying fertilizer in sandy soil, it will percolate, or it will drain off very quickly, right? So sometimes it will form very acidic conditions. That is why we have to correct it by applying dolomite, right? I call it as liming. Okay, then we'll discuss some of the pests and diseases, right? So pests are the gold forming mites, right? Normally, I said that there's no severe pest for the spices since it has its pungency, right? So you can see the gold forming mites, right? Galls can be found in the upper leaf surface, right? Galls means some lumps, right? It's ball-shaped lumps, right? The upper surface. Remember, if you saw this upper surface lumps or galls, that is from gold forming mites. It's a mite, right? The newly formed galls are pinkish in color and becoming green over maturity, right? When it get matured, the pink become green in color, right? Mites lay eggs in the leaf tissue and gall formation start immediate, right? Mites lay eggs, right? What they do, they lay eggs in the leaf tissue and get and gall formation start immediately, right? Then the other pest is, those are the most common pests, right? Jumping plant loose, right? Galls can be found in the lowest leaf surface. Okay, make sure that check the difference, right? If it is a gall forming mite, lumps or the galls are forming in the upper surface. If it is lower surface, that is jumping plant loose. The eggs are laid on the surface, leaf surface. The gall formation appears to be due to the feeding effects of emerging nymphs, right? That is jumping plant loose, right? Okay, then these are the diseases. Leaf spot or leaf blight, right? The very famous disease from Coledotrichum gliosporides, right? Brownish leaf spots, and these may enlarge to make large lesions. Lesion means නිකන් තුවාල වගේ හැදලා තියෙනවා. Leaf එකේ නිකන් සමහර තැන්වල නිකන් පොඩි තෙත තියෙන dots patches පේනවා, right? That is leaf spots, right? Leaf blight. Lesions may be extend from tip of the leaves and from margins, right? So it starts from the tips, right? Spraying 1% Bordex mixture or any other copper fungicide necessary to control this disease. So here we need, not like pest, here we have to apply some fungicides to control this disease. Then black sooty mold, another one, blackish growth on the leaf surface. The fungal growth is confined only to the surface and no penetration into the leaf tissues. That means there is no harm, or the sooty mold, the fungal growth will not penetrate to the leaf tissue. Then this is not economically important, and therefore it is not recommended to apply fungicide. But what is the impact? Can anybody explain? If it grows like a blackish color layer, what is the impact? Yes. What happens?
We can't do photosynthesis.
Yes, thank you. Good answer, right? Definitely, it will reduce the area for the photosynthesis, right? Because there is no chance to penetrate light rays. So that is the impact, right? Okay, good. Then harvesting and processing of cinnamon, right? Harvesting is done when seedlings are 2.5 years old, right? So you can see after 2.5 years, we can start our harvesting. For the pepper, it is around 2 years after, right? අවුරුදු දෙකකට පස්සේ අපිට harvest කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේක කොහොමද? After 2.5 years, we can start harvesting. At the time of harvesting, bark color of the stem should be brown. Stick diameter should be about 3 to 5 centimeters. So you can see there's a recommendation. The stick diameter should be 3 to 5 centimeters, and it should be brown, not in green color, right? That means it is fully matured. Main shoots are copied, cut back to height of about 6 centimeter above from the ground, right? That means we are leaving only 6 centimeters from the ground, right? And we are cutting back, right? How to harvest? When harvesting, cutting should be done to interior of bush in such a manner that cut surface faces towards the inside of the clump to promote tillering. What is the meaning of that, right? When cutting, it should be done to interior of the bush, right? Okay, it's like this, right? Let's say now it's brown in color. So if this is the bush, right? If this is the bush and these are the roots, and this is the ground. Okay, so we are leaving 6 centimeters and we are cutting. Let's say we are cutting this one. Okay, how to cut? Cutting should be done to interior of the bush. That means like this. It's a slope cut, right? 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 Why? After cutting, right? It will remain like this structure, right? Right? Okay. Now this is a cut surface. Now what will happen? It will start induce tillering like this, right? Right? Okay. That is why we cut like that, right? So it will start tillering from the outside the bush, right? So that is why we have this type of cutting practice, right? With the coppicing, large number of shoots get developed and only the healthy ones are to be retained, right? Healthy ones are to be retained, right? Normally, according to the requirement, 2 to 3 shoots are retained, other will be removed, right? Because we have to maintain the vigor, right? These developing shoots are pruned at 6 to 8 months interval. So you can see after 6 to 8 months, we can get the harvest, right? Developing shoots can be pruned, right? Prune means we are cutting back, right? While harvesting, tops and branches are lopped off, right? And left on the ground to be used for the leaf oil distillation. The sticks are collected and carried out to the peeling shed. So you can see we are cutting the stem, and all the leaf part will be remain there. It will be collected to a different place for the leaf oil distillation, and we are taking only the stems to the peeling shed, right? Okay, then peeling of cinnamon bark. Peeling is done using a small round knife, right? Having a very sharp point at one end and flat surface on the other end. I will show some photos, then you will understand, right? Both sides has a difference. One side it's a sharp, and other side is a flat, right? First, scrap the stick and clean it, removing corky tissues. Corky means the hard tissues, right? First, we have to scrap it out, right? Then the stick is rubbed with brass rod to loosen the bark from the hardwood, right? We use only a brass rod, right? There's a special brass rod. We use it. අපි ඒක කියනවා නිකන් දාඩිය දානවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක නේ අපි තද කරලා ඒක හොඳට අර මොයිස්චර් එළියට එන්න අතින් කරනවා. It's very labor intensive process, and it requires energy, very difficult to do, right? So skilled personnel, they are doing it very easily, but it's very difficult task, right? So using this brass rod, we are loosening the bark from the wood, right? Then with the sharp point, one longitudinal cut is made, and using the flat side, bark is loosened. So what we do after loosening the bark from the wood, we put what? We put a longitudinal cut. Then the other side of the knife can be used to remove the peel, right? Best time after rainy season, when new flush of leaves just start to harden, right? That's the best time. Okay, before moving to products, I will show you the process video, right? Give me a minute. Can you see my browser? Can you see this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look at how they scrape, right? First, they scrape out the corky tissue, right? These corky tissues can be used for the cuisines in low grades, and some for the oil extraction, right? There's a special equipment. So you can see here, this is the brass rod, right? This is the brass rod. This person, right? See, he's rubbing the bark, right? It's very hard practice, right? See the brass rod rubbing on the cinnamon stick, right? It's very hard to loosen the bark from the wood, right? See? That's a knife, right? That's a knife. So that's a longitudinal cut, right? Then using the other side of the knife, you can remove easily. It will peel off, right? Because you applied the bar using the brass rod, you already loosened the bar. Right? So that's the important part. If it's a good quality stem, it should be great. But here you can see some bends, right? Okay. So that's how they do the practice, and I will skip. And these are the good quality quills, right? They are very good in quality. These are the second grade quality, right? If you can remove like this, it will sold out for higher prices, right? See, small chips. Okay. Okay, I think now you have the basic idea. Okay, what are the main products? So you can have quills. I saw the quills, right? Uh, I I think you saw that, right? So scrapped peel of the inner bark of the mature stem and twigs. It's a good quality one. Quills, right? Then quillings, broken pieces of quills, moderate quality. You already saw that quillings also. Then featherings, right? Featherings means feather-like short shavings and small bark pieces. Then chips, greenish brown, mature, thick, unpeelable bark. That is the part that we can obtain after scraping, right? So what are the main grades? Quills, quillings, featherings, and chips. So the best quality one is the alba, right? Alba is the best quality product. So that's about the cinnamon gradings, right? I'm not going to talk further. There are some subcategories as well, but knowing that what are the quills, quillings, featherings, and chips are enough, right? Okay, this is your assignment, right? This is your assignment. What you have to do, you have to make 2 pages document for cinnamon bark peeling and processing, right? And add images if relevant, submit as a PDF document to the LMS on or before 30th July 2023, right? So now you saw the process. There are so many online sources. No need to copy. If there are so many, there were so many questions in previous batch. The previous group. I mean, yesterday they asked whether to write on. I mean, submit on handwritten or type. What else? I mean, it's okay, right? You can submit. I mean, any format. I mean, you have to submit in the PDF format. But even if it is handwritten or type, I don't care, right? I need a good quality hand. I mean, on your own words with relevant pictures, right? Don't need to add so many pictures, so it will reduce the space for your writing. So add 1 or 2 images if relevant. Otherwise, a proper report is fine, right? I need to check your writing skills as well because we are having examinations only for MCQ mode, right? So I need to know your writing skills, right? Give me 2 pages enough, right? No need to write more than that. This is the assignment. Okay, that's about the cinnamon production and processing. I will show you the specimens now. Right? Okay, wait for a moment. Um, okay, this is the gold forming mite, right? So you can see the golds or the lumps are formed in the upper surface of the leaf, right? Gold forming mite na අපිට උඩ පැත්තේ තමයි දකින්න පුළුවන්. See, early it is pinkish in color, then it turn into brown, green color, right? See. So if the attack is very severe, you can see so many leaves like this in the cultivation, right? Right? This is ball forming mite. I will share this specimen and I will upload these photographs for your understanding into LMS, right? this is the jumping plant loose. See, the galls are formed at the lower side of the leaf, right? Not in the above side, right? This is jumping plant loose, right? So the attack is coming from nymphs, right? So after laying eggs, after hatching the eggs, nymphs are coming out. They are feeding on the leaf, so it will form this type of galls, right? See. This is how it happens. Okay. First disease, virus or bacteria. First disease, virus or bacteria, which one? All those are pests, right? Pest means not virus and diseases. It's like a thrips attack, no? Thrips are laying eggs, right? So here also it's right. It's not virus or bacteria, so it's coming under diseases, no? Right. Okay, it's fine. Now this is gold forming mite. Okay, this is the caterpillar attack. You can see caterpillars feed on the leaves and it will reduce the area for the photosynthesis, right? So you can see this type of patches. It's called caterpillar attack, right? See. Then leaf miner, right? Leaf miner, you can easily identify leaf miner. There are some, because leaf miner feed on the tissues in between upper and lower surface of the leaf. So feeding on in between, right? So you can see this type of patches, right? Leaf miner in on these types of tracks are there. That is how the leaf miner went, right? So after having so many, if the damage is severe, you can see this type of lesions, right? Right? That is leaf miner. See here, leaf miner. They are mining on the leaf. That is why we call it leaf miner. Then the rough bark disease, right? So you can see, even though it's a green in color, very immature branch, you can see the bark get brownish color and rough, right? So if we can observe the rough bark disease, it is not good. When the bark get rough, that means very difficult to peel off, right? The harvest or the quality of the harvest will reduce, right? Okay, these are the equipments or the utensils we need for the cinnamon harvesting. So you can see the main knife or the cap, right? We used to copies or to remove the branch or the stem from the tree, right? Then the left side you can see the brass rod. Then the knife, you can see both sides, sharp side and the flat side, right? Then the other one also a knife used in this one. Then the and there is the scraper, right? Scraper is used to remove corky and woody parts, the outer layer, right? Then we need a good durable scissor because we have to cut into pieces and form that quills, right? After harvesting, we have to cut the bark, right? Harvested bark and cut it into quills, right? Okay, this is the yes, these are the seeds, right? See, the berries. So after food treatment, we are allowing it 2 to 3 days to soft and rot, right? Before taking out the seed, right? These are the chips. Right? Featherings. These are the featherings. Normally we are using featherings, right? In our home, home use, sometimes we are using featherings, right? See, featherings. Quillings, right? Quills are not there, only quillings are there, right? Okay, that's all about cinnamon production. So if you have any questions, now you can ask. Okay, any questions so far? ප්‍රශ්න මොන හරි තියනවාද අහන්න ඕනේද?
සර් හෝම්වර්ක් කියලා දුන්නේවා නෝට් විදිහට ගන්න ඕනේ assignment එක තමයි
Yes,
submit
yes.
කරන්න ඕනේ නේද?
Yes, homework means you have to make your own note. Only one page or half page note is enough, right? You have to know what is this, right? Because I'm not going to cover because in this time frame, no need to by heart these things. But anyhow, you have to have the basic idea, no? That is why I ask it as a homework, right? No need to submit, right? Be careful, no need to submit homeworks, only the assignment, right? I will upload it in separate way so you can understand, and please upload it in PDF format to the LMS, right? Last time I asked some of you to send me via email because they said that they have difficulties of submitting because most of the email submitted assignments are with PPT format, right? But I ask you to submit it in a video format. That is why there are some difficulties in submission, right? That is why this time I ask you to submit in PDF format, right? So no need to send me email. It is okay to send me emails if you have any inquiries or something. But when you are forwarding me emails with so many attachments, it is very difficult, right? So that is why you can use the LMS and the proper format is PDF. I don't care whether you are writing by handwritten or type, right? I need a well-formed, good quality assignment submitted in the PDF format, right? Okay. Anything else you need to know? Yes, Liana again. Do you have any question?
So
Okay, if not, yes.
So when selling cinnamon, there are number 1,
Yes.
number 2, number 3 like things. So when selling the
Yes.
quality, how is it?
Yes. Yes, it's normally the best quality grade is the Alba, right? Alba. Yes, I will wait. I think all those things are in the website. You can refer the website for your further knowledge because wait. Okay, for your question. Okay, these are the main specifications, right? These are the main characteristics, right? So you can grade according to these characteristics, right? Smell, color, moisture content, volatile oil, right? Likewise, there are different things, right? So these are the grades that you can find. First one is the Alba. So how can you say it as Alba? Alba is also quills, right? Quills, but there are specifications. So if it is Alba, the diameter should be 6 millimeter, right? Maximum 6 millimeter. Minimum number of 42-inch long quills per kilogram. 45, right? Normally 42-inch is the quill's length, right? And percentage of rough quills, none. There shouldn't be any rough quills, right? And minimum length of quills in a bale is 200, and maximum percentage of single quality quills per bale is 1. So if you follow these characteristics and you can have that type of bundle, we call it as Alba, right? Then Continental, right? Then you can see C00. Likewise, we grade accordingly, right? Mexican, Hamburg, within H1, H2, H3, right? Likewise, the grading happens according to these specifications, right? That is how I think you got your answer. I didn't mention these things. That is because no need to by heart. All those things you have to learn and study for your exams as well. So that is why I omit, purposefully omit. But if you want, there are so many articles and you can have the recommendations from the department website, right? Okay.
Thank you.
If you don't have any question, okay, right. If you don't have any questions, just wait for minute. I will check with our Indika sir. Indika sir, are you there? No. I will check with him and let you know when to start, right? Just wait for a minute.
Mr. Brian said me that there were somewhere around 90 students, but still there are 46 logged in, including myself. Do we need to wait? Shall we check another couple of minutes? Until other people's log in. So this subject is having, I think, a little bit more props. So I'm going to talk on beetle cultivation and vanilla cultivation. Since I am having only 2 hours, I am going to talk more on beetle cultivation and the vanilla component. Just I'm going to introduce it at the end. And the next week we are going to do some practicals. During the practical session, I'm going to take some time to talk about the vanilla cultivation. What about the sound quality? Someone who is having a good connection, please switch on your mic and let me know whether you can hear me well.
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Uh, 57. We wait almost 10 minutes. Others, but if you talk about pepper and a coffee, so pepper is in the same family, Peppereaceae. So this is almost equal to pepper botany. So if you introduce that too, but coffee is not in the same family, but it is also having some similar characteristics. So without knowing these botany of crop, so it is not possible you to maintain a good cultivation. So I'm going to introduce very first the botany, then the climatic requirements and soil requirements, then how we are going to establish a plantation for say cultivation, right? Then I'm going to talk about fertilization, establishing plus maintenance, right? Then fertilizing, disease, pest, and aftercare practices also is there. Then at the end, I'm going to talk about the vanilla cultivation. So this is an evergreen plant. It is a perennial climber. That means it is a vine. Evergreen means that will produce leaves throughout the year, and the growth can be seen throughout the year. So this is having highly heart-shaped leaves. That is the commercially valued product, but it is possible you to use stem cutting also as a commercial product because that is having a good demand in the market. These are having dioecious leaves. So if you don't know what the dioecious means, I am going to give you a task to find what is it. right? So there are some other terms came from the principles of plant science. So this name came from that place. So that is not a rocket science, right? When it comes to the botany of the crop, this is having 3 different kind of shoots. So the main shoot is called orthotropic branches. The lateral branches are called plagiotropic branches. Then there are other set of branches called water shoots. So these water shoots may be emerged from the base of the vine, or the top of the vine also may turn into an unproductive water shoot if it is not treated well. You can see some other things as well. The main or the orthotropic branch is having adventitious roots, and it is producing stem leaves. So there should be some other leaves then. Adventitious roots are emerged from the nodes of the vine. So this vine is having nodes, prominent nodes and internodes are visible. Even the plagiotropic branches are also having nodes, but they do not carry adventitious roots. So it is easy for you to identify the plagiotropic branches and orthotropic branches. The same is available in pepper and coffee. So these plagiotropic branches and orthotropic branches and unproductive shoots are also available in pepper, because these 2 crops are from the same family, Peppereaceae. In case of coffee also, you will see the orthotropic branches and plagiotropic branches. Those are also having water shoots, but keep in mind that is not in the same family. You can see here both images. I don't know whether it is visible. So wait until you see it, right? Both are main for orthotropic branch. So this is a little bit matured one. So you can see the support or the pole to climb the vine. Then this node. So that is having adventitious roots. So you can see them in each node. You can see that there is a lateral branch as well. So here, so you don't find adventitious roots, but you can see adventitious roots here. So that should be a main branch. However, that branch might have emerged from the main branch itself. Right. So this is the top of the same vine, right? The previously seen vine, this is the top. You can see that it may turn into an unproductive branch later if it is not received a support to climb in. You can see that the tender adventitious roots, but this does not carry adventitious roots. That is not unproductive branch. So that is a tender, very tender, but right. So that is why it is not yet producing adventitious roots. Can we see the top? Yes. But in this case, it is possible you to identify the adventitious roots. The one characteristics of this adventitious roots is So these will not, they will emerge when the shoot is young, then they will mature. So again, they will not produce any new adventitious fruits. So this is the age to climb the vine to the support or the upward, right? So if it is not tied into a support when it is young or when it is tender, so later that is not possible to tie it up into the support. So in the practice, we tie up the vine from the node to the support, so that the adventitious roots will bind into the support. So that is a must, right? Right. The same vine. So you can see the shiny leaves, right? So this is the same shoot. I bend that one so that I shall be able to get a close-up of here, close-up image of that one. Right. So I think it is possible you to identify the main stem or the orthotropic branch. So name also should be in mind, orthotropic and plagiotropic. So these are plagiotropic collateral branches. You can see that those are small in size and they do not carry adventitious roots. So in this image, it is not possible you to find from where it emerged, but this is emerging from the main branch. So that is why those are called lateral branches. The same way it is having three different kind of leaves as well, right? This is an unproductive water shoot. You can see that. So that is having leaves, but no adventitious roots. Sometimes there may be several adventitious roots. So this is because this adventitious roots is produced because of the main branch is not received a support. So the orthotropic branch has turned into a unproductive water shoot. So if the main branch is turning into unproductive shoots, that may produce 1, 2, or 3 adventitious roots. But in case of a fertile orthotropic branch or the main branch will produce more adventitious roots. So keep in mind, there are unproductive shoots which is having several adventitious roots as well. Right. Two images from the same vine, unproductive vines. You can see there is pinkish color stem. So if it is emerging from the base, this will be pink from the very beginning itself. But the left side one is coming from the bottom itself. So that does not, so that is a little bit smaller. The right side one, it was main branch earlier, orthotropic branch earlier, but it has having several advantageous roots in its node. Right. As the branches, there are 3 different kind of leaves as well. In case of the last leaf, the leaves producing from the unproductive branch and leaves producing from the main branch are almost equal. So shall we see what is the difference, right? Codated means heart shape. So it was mentioned at the very beginning, this vine is producing heart shaped leaves. The botanical name for that one is codated. Codate leaves or codated leaves. The leaves emerging from the main branch are called kandakola. But unfortunately, I don't know what the name from the Tamil, right? The leaves emerging from the lateral leaves are called pidunakola. So the pidunakola is used by Sri Lankan people or in the local market. The kandakola is used for the export purpose. The Sri Lankan people do not utilize or consume kandakola, but it is the main product in the export market. So shall we see those, right? So you can see here. So these two are 2 different leaves. That means the pidunakola and kandakola. The first one or the left image is a kandakola, and the right image is a pidunakola or the lateral leaf. You can see that the left side image is symmetrical. That means it is dividing into 2 exact halves, right? 2 identical halves. So this is 1 half, but in this case, it is not half. Not half. One side is little bit larger than the other side. Even myself haven't checked whether that is the large size side is left side or right side, right? So I need to check it. The second thing, the base of the leaf, in case of the kandakola, emerging from the same place, that is why it is symmetrical. And these vines are also emerging from the same place, right? I'm going to remove these illustrations. You can see it. Look at this side. So I'm going to show you the next image first, right? So that I can easily, right? Look at this. Same image, but no the previous. So this is the center. You can see that. So both are emerging, both sides are emerging from the same place. But here, that is emerging from different places. So there is one difference between main stem leaves and lateral leaves. The second difference is the vines are emerging from the same place in case of main stem leaves. So those are initiating from different places in case of Pidunacoli. And another one, the Kandakola is a little bit large and the Piduna Kola is a little bit small, but that is not easy to distinguish because the size will be determined by the amount of fertilizer and sunlight and the variety, etc., or the similar factors, right? So in the practically you should be able to identify these two leaves and two stems or three stems. So that knowledge and the skill should be available. In case of unproductive leaves, so those are having this almost all the features of Kandakole, right? But the size of the unproductive leaves coming from the unproductive branch are much smaller than this one. That means the Kandakole. Then there is another difference, the lusterness or the shininess of the Kandakole and the leaves coming from the unproductive leaf is different. Unfortunately, that is not possible to identify from an image, because when it is going to the photograph, so the lustering will disappear or that will increase. You can see that. So this is also lustering because of the light. Right, the first one is symmetric, second one is asymmetric. So pinnated means I asked the yesterday groups to find what is the meaning of pinnated. Pinnated means emerging from one place and again joining at the end, right? So you better search these things. So I'll share the presentation at the end of the session. Right side one, right? I'm asking a question, right? Right. What is this now? Whether it is a main branch or the main leaf or a lateral leaf, you can use either chat or you can use either your microphone to answer. I'm waiting until you send me the result. So for you to see, this is the center. So these things need to be considered when you are designing it. And this place almost equal, a little bit different from the things that we discuss. What is it? No lateral branch leaf. If you are not going to answer, I am going to ask questions. Subhashini 03042. Nasreen 195. Sri Sampath 045. Ishini 082. Are these people taking lunch? Just log into the session and hanging here and there. So no answer yet. Yes, Mr. Fahim. Fatima, not fine. Fatima. She switched on the microphone but did not answer it. Mr. Amaravira, 053. I don't know whether Mr. or Mrs. It is say TR Amaravira. Ishini? Nobody is there. Someone from the bottom. Shashikala. 216. Ishini. I need the answer. Whether it is a main leaf or lateral leaf.
Lateral leaf, sir.
Right, it is a lateral leaf. What about the others?
Lateral leaf, sir.
Lateral leaf. Right, there are two answers from the chat as well. The same answer. Right, it is a little bit different from the things that I shown to you. However, that is lateral leaf. So because look at this place in the example that we discussed. So you can see a gap is there, right? So this is the gap, but that is not available in this place. Almost it is emerging. It looks like it is emerging from the same place. I purposefully added that image, whether it is possible to identify or not. Anyone to talk? So more answers in the chat. Right. So that the botany is enough, right? So there are some other things, but those are not much important. So this is also producing. Someone has logged in using two different devices with the same username. That is why it is echoing. So this will produce the flowering flowers and foods as well. So those who cultivate or those who are having exposed to beetles, they might have seen those things. But that is not a these are important factor for us, right? You know that leaves are harvested. Those are used for chewing with arecanut. And the main thing that is strongly say tie with our culture, whether it is Sinhala, whether it is Tamil, or whether it is Indian. So we use this to show the respect to someone else. You know that when we are going to invite for a social function, we use leaves, whether it is wedding or whether you are going to get medicine from Ayurvedic doctor. So you use this. But in most cases, these are used for achieving purposes. 2 to 3 billion export market is available. So that is a little bit large one. So that is why we are talking this crop in this subject. Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan are the countries that cultivate this mainly, right? The Sri Lanka is the giant producer. So our main buyer is Pakistan. India also importing some amount. The commercial cultivations are scattered around the Katunayaka area. Kurunagala, Gampaha, Colombo. So that is because the transportation cost is a little bit less. So that is why it is available around the Artanaik area. But this can be grown many places in the country. Commercial cultivations are possible in it says less than 1,000 meters height. But I have seen these things in Nuvarelia as well. But those are not commercial cultivations. Those are say backyard wines. You need a well spread rain because this is an evergreen plant and this is producing leaves. Plus, we harvest the leaves. So you need, if that is the case, that means if the level so someone has logged in using two different devices, please, with the same name. So please log off from one device, otherwise there is recording. It is not possible me to identify the person who used the same device, who used the same account twice. Shall I check whether it is possible? Device දෙකකින් log වෙලා ඉන්නේ කියලා. එකම නම පාවිච්චි කරලා. එයාට පුළුවන් නම් දෙකකින් log වෙන්න ඕන. I think it is okay now. Right. If you encounter a evergreen plant, so that need a well-distributed rainfall. If you encounter a plant, evergreen plant, that is producing leaves throughout the year, so that is also required more nutrients and more water. When it comes to the harvesting, say the harvestable product is leaves. So that is required more nutrients and more water. So this is required more water and more nutrients. If you are not having enough water, it is not easy to cultivate this. So you need a well-drained soil. Otherwise, the cultivation may infect with diseases, mainly diseases. The waterlogging conditions are not favorable. At the same time, saline or alkaline soils are also not favorable. Other than that, all other clay soils are not good, right, because of the waterlogging conditions. All other soil types can be used to cultivate if you are going to provide water and nutrients. Even gravel soils are better to cultivate this. It is not easy to cultivate something, most of the crops in gravel soils, but this can be. We will have to take a little bit precautions. The main thing, you need to provide water and you need to improve the drainage, and you will have to add the fertilizer. But in case of clay soil, it is not easy to improve the drainage conditions. And in the clay soil, so nutrient absorption also affected. In case of alkaline and saline and acidic soil, the same thing is observed. So when you add fertilizer into the soil, so they will be turned into unabsorbable products. Right? There are no any hard and fast things or difficult things to keep in mind. So this crop is having 3 different kind of shoots and 3 different kind of leaves, and this can be grown many places in the country if water is available and if it is not a water logging conditions are available. So, but the commercial cultivations can be populated in low country and mid country. So many varieties are there, right? Narammali, Naramrati are the newest varieties or selections. So those were produced from the Narammala Research Center. So that is the dedicated center for beetle cultivation. Then the Maneru, Ratadalu, Galdalu, Gatatodu, Ganani Maneru. So Kalubulat is not a variety, right? But I put it here, so you need to update this one. This is not a variety, right? I'll tell what it is later. These two are selection from this one, Maneru, right? So these four are used for export purposes. Others are used for local consumptions. If the farmer is not possible to find the above four, they go for Galdalu as well for the export market. But there are some what we call, so the yield or the income and the quality of the product, final product, is lesser than the others. Right, we are going to talk about these species or varieties. So these images were taken from the bulletin department's bulletins. So it is not. Look at, this is the length of the leaf. This is the width of the leaves. When it comes to Maneru, this ratio is 4 to 5, almost 4 to 5. But when it comes to Ratadalu, the width is lesser than the length. So the ratio will change because the length is larger than the width. Because of that reason, the tip at the end of the leaf, the bending is sharp in the Maneru leaves. That means suddenly that will bend, keeping almost heart shape or oval, equal to oval shape leaf. In case of Ratadalu, gradually tapering that leaf, producing a lengthy tip. So that is more prominent here. Galdalu. Right? Is much smaller in Galdalu. Right? Keep that in mind, right? The size of the leaves will be determined by the variety plus cultural practice. So from the size, it is not easy for you to identify whether it is Maneru, Ratadalu, or Galdalu. But from the shape, it is possible. You can see that Maneru is dark green color, and Ratadalu is light, little bit lighter than the Maneru one, and Galdalu is much lighter than the Ratadalu. So that is true. So in this image, you can see Maneru is very dark, Ratadalu is little bit dark, and Galdalu is light green color. So that is a characteristics of these three varieties. Look at this now. So this is Maneru. You can see that that is a little bit oblong, but the middle one is little bit lengthier than the first one, and the last one is more lengthier than the first one and second one. In the local market, you will find the Galdalu and some cases Ratadalu as well. These are very large compared to, say, Maneru is large compared to Galtalu. So it is easy to identify if both are in the same place. For export market, you need large, dark green leaves. Therefore, stem leaves are used for that purpose. Not only the stem leaves, the lateral leaves are also used, but stem leaves are a little bit darker than the other leaves, and those are larger than the other leaves as well. But it is possible you to change the color of the leaves providing fertilizer. This portion is controversial. So this was taken from the department's bulletin. Longer internodal length vines produce larger leaves. So that was taken from the department bulletins, but in practice, so there is a question. The farmers tend to cultivate short internodal length varieties or vines. They will produce more lateral branches and more leaves. And in case of my experience, that is true. So that is questionable. I was not possible to question the research people in the research station. So I want to question this one and I need to change it. But that keep in mind, right? So farmers from experience, they know that long internodal length, short internodal length are much better than this. For local market, you need small to medium size green leaves, light green leaves. So people, Sri Lankan people do not prefer very dark leaves for their achieving purposes. Right. So individual characters. So keep in mind, these are the most important things. They are having large, dark, greenish, shiny leaves. Mani, large, dark, green, shiny leaves. So other varieties does not carry this kind of large, dark, green leaves or shiny leaves. Size is a little bit smaller in other varieties. Darkness is lesser in other varieties, and shininess also is lesser in other varieties. Yield also same, right? Same means it is not same. So this one is having more yield than the other varieties. So 40 to 60 leaves can be harvested per 3 weeks interval, because to turn the leaf color into dark, you will have to keep that in the vine for long time. For the local market, harvesting frequency is 2 weeks. For the export markets, that is 3 weeks. When you are going to apply the fertilizer for the export market, you will have add in a lesser frequencies than the local market one. So Maneru is good for export market because it is large. So local people so do not like that one. Look at this. Maneru. So this is the image from the left one is from the bulletin, right one is from the field itself. Look at this ratio. The length is almost equal to the width. The you are expected to identify the varieties, right? So Maneru, so is giving you 40 to 60 leaves, right? Then Ratadal, large green color leaves. The difference is color. But when this comes to largeness, so the size will be determined by the cultural practices as well. So this is light color compared to Mane, right? This is little bit longer leaf. That means the ratio of width to length is little bit higher. Width to length is lower. That means the ratio is different from the previous one. 25 to 40 leaves can be harvested. You saw that in the previous case, it is 40 to 60 leaves, but this is 25 to 40 leaves. So almost 50% of the yield is reduced. So, however, this is good for, still good for marketing purpose, exporting purpose. So last one. So when they are stacking the leaves, for market, they will stack several layers of leaves like this. So layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5. So this is the bottom layer and this is the top layer. So use for bottom and top layers of that means, so they use large leaves from the bottom and the top. So but that is not a good practice. Those who are going to purchase these things will check this. If the middle ones are having small leaves, the people do not like to buy it. Then the real world example. Real world example. So this is much lengthier than width. So you can't see the tip that is covered from my hand. I keep in mind that is lengthier. Color, it is not easy to compare the color because if you provide more fertilizer, so this also will produce the same color as the manure. The next variety is Galdalu, medium-sized dark green leaves. So this is important. Ratadalu was light green, Manir was dark green. So this is also dark green. So this is a quality for export market. But in case of this shape, it's much longer than the width. That means much longer than the other two. So it is having an elongated leaf. Another good practice is drought resistance. A good character is drought resistance. But if you are having or running a commercial cultivation, so you should have a water source. You should be able to water twice per day. So that is not a very prominent advantage. 20 to 40 leaves can be harvested. Again, the yield is lesser than the Maneru. Good for export market to some extent. Right. This is real world example. You can see that it is much lengthier than the width. So shall I go to the next slide? So I'm going to show you the 3 leaves in the same place, right? So Naram Mali is a new selection from the Naram Research Center. Naram Rati also is a new selection from the same center. So Mali is the person, Naram Mala. So Naram is came from the research extension name. Mali is came from the research officer's name, Malani. Rati, Ratnasiri. So Ratnasiri is the senior person. Manil was the RO who did this research. Then she was my junior batchmate. But Malani is at the place still, but Ratnasiri is not there. Right, look at the characteristics. So length is 25, width is 90. So almost 4 to 5 to 4 really ratio. Almost 5 to 4 ratio. Weight is 8 grams. Color dark green color. Yield is much better than the Maneru. Yield is much better than the Maneru. 40 to 60. You can see that 80% of the harvest can be exported. So rejections will be 20%. You can see that the export quality yield from 1,000 sticks per year, 1.2 million. Can we calculate the earnings from this one, right? Currently, the price is a little bit 1.2 million multiplied by current price, right? 3,000 or 3 rupees per leaf. Just wait, that is much lesser price than the average price, right? So what will be the result? 3.6 millions per year. ලක්ෂ 30ක් අවුරුද්දකට හම්බෙනවා. මාසෙකට බැලුවොත් 3 lakhs. ලක්ෂ 3ක්. 300,000 per month. 1,000 wines means very easily it is possible to maintain for a person who is doing a job as well. So 1,000 wines is not a large cultivation. So if it is possible you to maintain 1,000 wines, you can earn 300,000 rupees per month. If this is the variety, right? But in case of price, this year the price has reduced, so completely the system is collapsed. But in the last year, it was around 10,000 to 15,000 per 1,000 leaves. That means 10 to 15 rupees per leaf. So that means 12 lakhs to if it is 10, 12 lakhs, 12 million. Yeah, 12, yes, 12 million. 2020 to 2019, price was increases from around 30,000 to 50,000. එක කොලයක් රුපියල් එක්ස්පෝර්ට් මාකට් එකේ රුපියල් 30 ඉඳලා 50 52 වගේ ගණන් වලට ගියා. වැඩිපුරම තිබ්බේ 30 වගේ වගේ. 20යි 30යි අතර තිබ්බේ. So because of that reason, many people around our area started to cultivate beetles. Now the market is flooded with leaves, so the price is reduced. The main reason for the price reduction is economic collapse of Pakistan. So the export volumes are reduced drastically. But those are not permanent things. Those are some fluctuations. So if anybody is willing to do this, so this will be a very good investment. Shall we see what is the difference between Naram Mali and Naram Rati? It is little bit elongated. You can see that length is 26, width is 17. The color is light green. Because that was selected from the previous one was from Maneru, second one was from Ratadal. This one is from Ratadal. ලොකුවේ වට ලංකාවේ රට කියලා කියනවනේ. එහෙනම් තමයි රටදල් උපවචනය අවිලා තියෙන්නේ. So in Sri Lanka, if something is a little bit larger than the others, so that is called the rata vattaka rata. The some rata name comes at the beginning. So that is why Ratadalu is there. This yield is little bit larger than the Naramali, right? 60 to 65. But the export quality product is a little bit lesser than the 75% Naram Mali. So you can see that the yield is almost 1 million per year per 1,000 sticks. But that is also a very good quality yield. Right, those are the characteristics of different varieties. කොළ තුන පෙන්නුවේ නෑ. කොහෙද කොළ තුන තියෙන්නේ? කොළ තුන තියෙන්නේ ස්ලයිඩ් එක නෙමෙයි වෙනම ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක. Right. When you are going to select stem cuttings, because these are not having seeds, not having seeds means not having seeds, that to some extent wrong. So the cuttings are used for as the seed material. The most important thing, you have to find a disease-free cultivation and take the stem cuttings. Because there is a bacterial blight disease, so that is catastrophic disease, that is detrimental. So if it is infected, your cultivation will 100% collapse within 2 to 3 months. So sometimes it will not take 3 months. You will have to identify plantations during the rainy season because that is favorable for the disease. So if rainy season a plantation is healthy, that means it is a good sign. But do not go for plantations during the dry season or dry spells. So it is not possible you to identify the disease because that is hidden. You will have to find large dark green color leaves of vines producing large dark green color leaves. Internodal length, just forget it. That is available only in the bulletins of the department. But the people or the farmers has proved that short internodal ones are also better. At least an internode should produce 2 lateral leaves. Lateral shoots. So more lateral shoots means more yield. So that is why it is asking you to identify vines with more lateral branches. Stem cuttings, it is possible to use 2 nodal cuttings as in the image, or you can use 3 nodal cuttings. If you are going to use 2 nodal cuttings, that is easy for potted planting. If you go for 3 nodal cuttings, that is good for as it is planting in the soil bed itself before without rooting it, right? Left hand side is having a very good shoot that can be used for cutting preparation. Right side image is telling you how to cut a node. or how to prepare a node for the planting purpose. You can see that a slanted cut is used in the node itself. Portion of the node is available in the top cutting and portion of the node available in the left bottom cutting. The leaf and the leaf bud should be protected here, right? When you are going to cut it, a slanted cut is used to protect the bud and several of adventitious roots into one cut and to the other. The same image, a very good cutting, very good shoot that can be used for cutting purpose. The next one is the site selection. So I'm going to take a little bit more before giving you a break. Time selection, slide selections. A fat land is prepared. If it is not a fat land, you will have to spend a little bit more labor to make your land flat. But many people use that. So that should be well drained. So if it is not well drained, you will have to take necessary actions to improve the drainage conditions. That should not be shaded. Large trees should not be covered the plantation, because this is a sun-loving plant and it should have enough sunlight. The area also should be disease-free. That means the area should not use for cultivation of pepper or previously cultivated places with beetles should not be used. Clay soils are not accepted. A water source is, if it is you are having a water source, that is a very good characteristics of site. So if you don't have water, it is very difficult you to cultivate beetles. Definitely there should be a good water source which is possible to water in the morning and in the evening. At least 100 vines are okay for a novice to start. So this is how soil beds are prepared. You can see that soil bed is 1.2 meters width. The lawn can be the length can be determined with the site or as your desire. Theory says 30 centimeter trench is required in the either side of the the soil bed. But when you are going to harvest, it is not easy for you to maintain this one. So you need extra space. 1.5 meter, at least 1.5 meter gap should be kept between two soil beds in order to receive more light to the base of the or the side of the vine as well. If it is shaded, that is good or favorable conditions for pathogens. This is the old method of planting or cultivating pepper, sorry, not pepper, but beetles. So the things were in the illustration 1.2 with 10 centimeter sunken bed. So it was not available in the so something like this. Right, this is the so-called soil bed. This space is used for cultural practices and harvesting. So this is drainage. So you need, shall we see what it is, right? This is $30. Now, 30 is not enough, right? 40 to 60 centimeter space. This is also 60 centimeter space. This is 30. This is 30. This is 1.2 meter. Now, both of these will be 1.2 plus 1.2, 1.4 plus 0.6, 1.4, 3 meter. 3 meter areas required for one soil, one, say, pandalam. So pandalam means a soil bed with pepper cultivation in a say wooden or some other structure that supports for the growing. But if your soil land is well drained, you need to keep these 2 trenches, drainage lines, 30 centimeter, 30 centimeter line is not required. You can see the rest in the slide. You need to plow it. You need to prepare a fine architecture in the soil layer. Sterilization need to be carried out. That is a must. There are commercial chemical sterilization process, and there is another mechanical process. You can water your sunken bed to some extent, and you can apply a layer of straw, then layer of husk, then layer of straw again. Then the people tend to wet this one as well to some extent to limit the burning speed. Then once you stack these things into your soil bed, then you are going to set fire from the opposite direction of the sunlight. Sorry, wind, opposite direction of the wind, right? So then, because of the water, added water into the soil, the heat will produce steam inside the soil layer and the inside the straw layer. So that steam will be trapped in the soil. So the temperature will increase more than 100 Celsius because of the pressure and the steam. So that heat is used to treat for the pathogens in the soil bed. So this is a must, right? So there are 2 different arrangement of pits. So this is a zigzag or triangular arrangement. So you can see that 45 centimeters is kept between vines and between rows both. Rows however, there is a new establishment method. So that is, I'm going to talk it later. So in this case, some people cultivate only 2 lines. Some people go for 3 lines. 2 lines are much better than 3 ones. So this is a square method. The previous one was triangle method. But the distances are the same, 45 centimeter, 45 centimeter, 15 centimeter gap is maintained between the edge of the soil bed and the plant adjacent to it. So that is a must as well, right? A quarter, sir. So that portion also is very important. This portion is very important for the plant to produce shoots or roots. So this is the so-called sunken bed. So this is how the poles are implemented, but these are not poles, right? So poles should be large, taller enough to climb the vine. But you are going to mark the places and you are going to dig this very well. The people will use a small backhoe. They will loosen the soil of the whole area that is going to cultivate. Then from the backhoe itself, they are going to prepare soil beds. So I'm going to tell you what people do. They will trench a little bit deep trench either side, and they will keep some around 60 centimeters here, adi deka, so that the right, this 60 centimeter space is required for you to do the cultural practices and for in more precisely to do the harvesting. So if you keep only 30 centimeter, that is not enough for you to harvest. So you will have to use a bench or something or a chair or something to climb up and do the harvest. So if this space is not large or width enough to keep that one, so you will fall down. Right? But if the case is it is a drain soil, that is not required. Right? People plant two vines, so two cuttings for a single hole or single pole. But don't go for more, right? So you are going to seed, you are going to plant two cuttings in a single place, so single hole. Keep in mind the poles are not established at the very beginning, so they will establish later. The later means once you planted them, you need some around 6 to 7 weeks for the rooting process and sprouting process. Later, you are going to, after 2 months, you are going to establish the pole and you are going to prepare them from the lemon. This is the other method, right? This method is used to protect your cultivation from diseases. Who is the person switch on the microphone? Oh. One 118. Oh, logo funada kohe. His or her microphone is constantly on and offing. Arul Raj. Okay, you better close it, right? Mute it. Right. There is another method, new method of planting this one. The previous one was extensive method. Only 45 centimeter gap is kept between two vines, and Pandalam is prepared for the. But in this case, you are not going to prepare soil beds, and you are going to dig holes. You are going to dig holes. Just wait. Individual pits are prepared with 2-meter distance. You can practice either triangular method or either square method. So this is triangular method, right? Triangular method. So square method is you are not shifting the middle line. So this is very good say method to control the healthiness of your plantation, and yield will not reduce, as well as the department says it is possible you to harvest 400 to 500 leaves from a single bush, right? So yield will not reduce, but it is possible you to use this structure, you use this establishment method to control the hygienic conditions of your plantation or cultivation. So those are the establishment methods. Once you establish, that means in the first case. In the second case, you are going to cultivate already rooted and sprouted cuttings, not directly or bare rooted cutting or no. Directly you are not going to plant stem cuttings into those holes. Once you prepare the soil bed and so assume that this is your soil bed. Once you planted them, we are going to keep coconut fronds here. Polpiti. Like this. And you are going to cover the whole area with cajine leaves so that not to penetrate light and not to evaporate water there, right? So before closing this one, you are going to flood your soil bed. So you are going to add excessive water. Once you close it, you are not going to open it for 4 to 6 weeks. After that, you are going to open the bed, soil bed, and check for the dead ones, dead leaves, and replace dead ones with new shoots, and dead leaves can be removed. Later, after 8 weeks, you need to, after 6 weeks, you need to establish the poles and tie your, say, vine into the pole using a piece of cloth. Mic එක on කරලා ඉන්න එක නතර කරන්නේ නැහැ. That is Arul Raj. Your mic is constantly switching on and switching off. So that will not be a bug. You should be able to switch off your microphone. Arul Raj? Arul Raj? Arul Raj? Right, after establishing the pools, you need to tie up your vines daily or twice a day or 3 times a day, depending on the growth rate, up to the top level of the pandalama. So once it reaches to the top level of the pandalama, you let it to grow further 1 feet to 2 feet, and you are going to cut the apex, right? Then the cutting of apex or the cutting of main branch can be used as seed material for new plantation. So you can use it as an income source either by itself or either by transplanting it in a pot and reselling it. So once you remove your, say, covering, so mulch, after 8 weeks to 6 weeks, so you are going to add fertilizer, cow dung and compost into this. Poultry manure, people do not add poultry manure, but there are some people who use it. So you will have to take very precautions because that will succulent the plant. More nutrients means more succulent plant, high growth rate. So then that is 10 to then for disease attack. So this is why I talk. Pole size 2.5 centimeter to 3 centimeter diameter, 2 to 2.5 meter, wooden structures are used. So you are going to bury at least 1 feet bottom of this place. You will end up with 6 feet if you start with 7 1. If you use 7, you can, if you use 8 feet pole, so you can end up with 7 feet pole. At least 7 to 8 height should be available in your pandalama. Then only you can get more yield. So this is how you are going to do it. Right. Shall we take a small break, somewhere around 5 minutes break? So don't switch off from the counts. It is tunai, atai. Tunai kala venakal break එකක් දෙන්නම්. 3:15 I'm going to start this session again. 3:15 තුනයි කාලට නිදිමත වෙලාවනේ මම පොඩි break එකක් දෙන්න. Right? Get it? So these images were taken from a shoot, young shoot, tender shoot. You can see that it is not having adventitious fruits, that is producing adventitious fruits. So this stage, they should be tied up with the pole before drying up the adventitious fruits. So that should be done. So a little bit tightly tie up. So then so that will facilitate emerging plagiotropic branch. So this is the result of matured one. So that is tied up or attached to the pole. This is something else. So it was not tied up with the pole, and you can see that adventitious roots are not connected to it, right? So fertilizing. Fertilizing, once you planted stem cuttings in the soil bed itself, so you are going to close it for 1 month or 1 to 1.5 months. After 6 weeks, you are going to open it and check the conditions of your planting material. So if there are unsprouted ones, so if there are died ones, you are going to replant them and close it again. So this is done somewhere around 5th week or 4th week, right? Then you are going to close it another 2 to 3 weeks. At the end of 7th week or 8th week, you are going to open it and you are going to add cow dung or compost. Some people do not like to add poultry manure because that is a little bit having more nutrients, so plant will be more succulent. So adding the fertilizer, so means you are going to add a thick layer of 10 centimeter thick layer of fertilizer on the soil bed, and you are going to mix it well with the soil up to 30 centimeter. But be very careful not to damage the new roots and new shoots emerge from the planted cuttings. But if I are going to directly the plant rooted cuttings, then you can add fertilizer at that time itself. There are two different things. If you are going to plant stem cuttings without fruit, so that means rooted ones, not the bare cuttings. So you are not going to add fertilizer at that time. You are going to wait until those are rooted. The theory behind that one, if you add fertilizer, your cuttings may damage, right? May get damaged. This is the only time fertilizer mix deep into the soil bed. So that is the only time you are going to mix your fertilizer with the soil up to 30 centimeters. Later, you are going to apply the fertilizer and just mix it with the soil somewhere around 5 to 10 centimeters. All the time you should take care not to damage the root systems. So there are two different kind of fertilizer applications for two different commercial cultivations. That means export market or local market. So in case of export market, you are going to add fertilizer 3 weeks intervals because you need more fertilizer to produce large leaves and dark leaves. Other than the previous fertilizer mixture, right? You are going to add 420 grams per 100 wine for the recommended inorganic fertilizer. But the same is applied for local market products up say 6 to 8 weeks interval. So because you need not dark leaves, large leaves in that case. So this is the fertilizer mixture. You need not to keep this in mind, but the books are available and the predefined fertilizer mixtures are available. But the most important thing, you will have to add inorganic fertilizer plus organic fertilizer both. Once you fertilize your soil bed, need to be irrigated. Keep that in mind. Initially, cow dung or compost should be applied to the soil bed after 1 month. That was repeated, is repetition. Poultry manure, if you are going to applied, very small quantities can be applied. So goat manure, well decomposed goat manure is good. Otherwise, once you water your soil bed, the fertilizer will they wash off. So it is asking you to add Gliricidia leaves. So all these things will be done by the farmers in the real world. They will observe their plantation. They will check the size of the leaves, color of the leaves, then the behavior, growth behavior, whether it is adequate enough, whether it is low, whether it is too fast. So farmers are having the experience to identify these conditions, and they know when to apply the fertilizer and when not to apply the fertilizer. Pruning of vines. So keep in mind, there are two kinds of prunings available. The first one, if your vine does not produce lateral shoots or lateral branches in the beginning, that means at least 1 to 1.5 meter length, if it is producing lateral branches, the department asking us to cut the vine from the base, keeping 3 internodes. And that will produce 2 to 3 main branches. But if you, but the farmers do not willing to cut this at that stage, they let it to grow until the top of the pandalama, and later they cut it. Then they say that lateral branches will produce after that. So that is to some extent okay, but the research is not being carried out by myself to clarify whether the farmers are correct or whether the research people are correct. Right, that is the first pruning. Right, second pruning, once it receives to the top of the pandalama, so let it to grow horizontally 30 to 60 centimeters and cut the stem. That portion can be used as a planting material. If you are not willing to plant it, you can sell it, or you can run a nursery and you can sell rooted cuttings. A rooted cutting is around 100, so it is around 75 rupees to 110 to 15 rupees based on the variety. Now it is almost a little bit more than 100 rupees per pot. Planted 2 cuttings, or 1 cutting will be 75 rupees. එකක් හිතවලා තියෙනවා රුපියල් 75ක් විතර දුන්නා, දෙකක් හිතවලා තියෙනවා නම් ඊට වඩා වැඩි ගාණ. So these potted plants can be, so rooted potted plants can be established in the soil bed or in the previously mentioned this method, right? This is called bush method, right? So in case of bush method, you will have to use rooted cuttings itself. Otherwise, that will be a mess. When you remove the shade, that is removed gradually. Very first, you are going to cover the whole thing, and you are going to remove it after 6 to 7 weeks, and you are going to establish the pole, and you make another structure to hold the cajine leaves and provide the shade. Then this should be increased once the vines are growing. Some farmers like to provide shade nets, 30 to 40% shade nets, so that is better. Then some farmers will cover this to protect from pathogens and disease. So that is a very good practice. The second pruning is done for mature plantations after 2 to 3 years or 1.5 years, or maybe, right? when lateral branches produce small leaves, and when they are very low, you are going to cut lateral branches, keeping 2 internodes. Right? That is another pruning time for matured vines. After 5 to 6 or 7 years, if your the cultivation is unproductive, you can cut these vines from the base, leaving 3 internodes and letting it to grow from the beginning. Unfortunately, because of the bacterial disease, leaf disease, it is not easy to maintain a plantation for 5 to 8 years. Maximum it is possible you to keep say 5 years. But if you are ready to maintain a cultivation disease free, once those are matured, so it is little bit the susceptibility will reduce to some extent. Irrigation, there is no hard and fast rule. You will have to water in the morning and in the evening. And you will have to water the leaves as well. The best thing is to provide drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. So then you can cut off the labor cost required for that one. But you need 1 to 2 hours for watering 1,000 vines in the morning. And in the evening also, you will have to spend 1 to 2 hours. So that is a must to observe your plantation. So observing the cultivation is a must, right? So if you are going to fertilize, definitely you will have to water it. If you are going to prune, you will have to water it. So weed management is not a difficult task. You can uproot the weeds in the soil bed itself. You can cut weeds in the surrounding area using cutter. And you should not select a site with pepper cultivation nearby. And capsicum and chili are also not accepted. The image of a 1.5-year-old plantation, not 1.5 year, almost 1 year plantation or cultivation. Pest and disease. Bacterial leaf blight is detrimental disease or the main disease of petal cultivation. The people say Mahalede, Bulatlede, Lede. So those names will be used by the people. Unfortunately, I don't know what the Tamil people use. Xanthomonas beticoli is the species that the disease is causing. That is a bacteria. Unfortunately, we don't have a treatment. So this is very tightly say coupled with the betel cultivations. Because of this disease, the price will maintain. Otherwise, you can harvest more than 10 to 15 years from a single vine. Because of the disease, you cannot keep more than 3 to 5 years. Disease become epidemic during the rainy season. First characteristics is a symptom is moist, oily patch underneath of the leaves. I'll show you a leaf, right? Then that will be gradually spread. Then after 1 to 2, after 1 month, all the vines will be infected and internodes will be fallen down. What would you do if you receive infected? So this is what you can do, right? So assume that this plant is infected. Then what you need to do is to remove all these plants. But farmers do not like it, right? So I'm going to give you an alternative method as well. Then burn these plants. Then remove the leaves of this one and this one as well. And apply a fungicide. But there are no accepted say treatment for this one. right? The alternate method is at least remove this plant and burn it, right? Then people do not like to say remove the plants. That is why this alternate method is given. That is not the theory, right? But what the farmers practice. Then remove the leaf of these things, right? Leaves of this, and destroy those leaves, burn those leaves. Then apply the fungicide. In case of a bush, so it is easy for you to maintain the plantation a little bit more time because it receives say good amount of sunlight. So then the disease will not spread if enough sunlight is there. But in case of the pandalam, sunlight is say limited. So one vine is infected, all the vines will be infected in the pandalam. So therefore, the department is asking us to remove the whole bed if one is infected. But still, it is not easy for you to protect the cultivation if it is infected. Be very careful not to infect your cultivation by selecting the very good quality seed material, then covering the cultivation using an insect-proof net or shade net or giant leaves. If you encounter a disease infection, you should not add say both fertilizer and water. The water will carry the spores into other plant vines, and the fertilizer will increase the susceptibility of the plantations. But before infecting, you can control the fertilizer addition. So based on the growth of the plant, you should decide whether to apply the fertilizer or not. In the at least once a day, you will have to observe your plantation, and you should not let other people to come into that one, especially those who are plucking should be say clean very well before plucking the plantation cultivations. If those people go to pluck leaves in other plantations, other cultivations, that is a very detrimental thing. So if it is possible you to get a 1 or 2 person permanently, so then that is the best thing. So this is the so-called oily patches. Initial stage of the disease, in between stage of the disease, further spreading the disease. Later these license will be joined, and you will end up with the burn leaf. When it is further spreaded, so this kind of a situation is observed. So this will take 2 to 3 weeks, right? So this is the end result. Will take 1.5 to 2 months, or 1 month maybe. That will depend on the climatic conditions. But those who cultivate these things say that it is okay to harvest 4 to 5 harvests, then they can satisfied with the expected income. But keep in mind, this can be kept for more than say 10 years. But within 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 harvests, you can earn something. Not only the cost, but you can earn something. As I told you that almost 12 million can be taken from 1,000 vines per year. That means මාසෙකට ලක්ෂ 6ක් harvest එකක් කියන්නේ, so one harvest means almost 400,000 to 500,000 rupees. 400,000. So repetition of the same thing. You need to get planting material from a very say known place. Wind and water will act as carriers for the disease. Labors and their equipment, insects, or use of fertilizer. Those are the problems for this disease. So you'll have to control, select the planting material very well. You will have to block the wind. You will have to use your own water source. And labors and equipment should be clean. Insects should not be should be controlled. Over fertilization should not be done. There are no chemical control methods. Then there is another disease called foot rot disease. I'll show you a picture of that one. That is caused by a fungus called Phytophthora, Coleotrichum, and Rhizoctonia. It is two different fungus that is attacked to the root of the system. That is epidemic in waterlogging conditions. The first symptom is withering of the vine. When you see the withering, the roots are damaged. The fungicide can be applied to the base of the root, and once you observe the disease, you are going to apply the fungicide, and you are going to use 1:1 ratio compost or cow dung and soil mixture, and you are going to make a heap on the base of the vine, right? Then that will enhance production of new fruits from these places. Yata hariya marila tiyenne. The bottom part is died, right? So that should produce roots from this node. So you are going to make a heap of compost, burying 2 or 3 nodes, 2 or 3 nodes. Unfortunately, this may be successful only and only if you see the disease at the very beginning. So that is not an easy one. So this is also a detrimental disease. Pest. So people say this one is as Calamandria, but it is not a Calamandria. So there is no single name. Dispintus politus. So this will suck the cell sap. So this is the damage. These are called coricum. You can't sell. And this may carry the disease from the other plantations to your cultivation. So you should take care to cure for this one. Right, some nutrient deficiencies are available here just for the completeness of the lesson, but I'm not going to ask you I'm not expecting knowledge regarding disease symptoms, right? But to complete this session, I'm going to show it. Potassium, phosphorus, easily can be identified. Right. What is our time now? So we are having 20 to 30 minutes left, right? So before jumping into the vanilla, I'm going to take 10 minutes for the vanilla. So you can question me regarding the betel cultivations. I'm asking you to start a cultivation at least with 100 vines. You will end up with 10,000 to 15,000 per month extra income if it is 100 vines. And you will get an experience. At least you can use that money for your transport cost. That may not be enough. But that is a good initiation. Later, it is possible you to say select what your job is. But there are people who run their families only from cultivating beetles. They don't have land, but they are going to rent the land for cheap prices and cultivate it. You can type your questions in chat. If you are not willing to maintain a cultivation, still it is possible you to run a nursery. But mother plantation need to be maintained because farmers do not willing to purchase plants from other sources. You will have to show, you will they will ask you to show the mother plantation. So then your mother plantation should be free of disease and it should be in very good condition. Chat is empty. Chat is empty. So I'm going to take a 10 minutes to discuss or expose you to the vanilla cultivation. So vanilla cultivation also can be done as a hobby. So for anything before, I'm going to tell you the green pots can be sold around 3,000 rupees per kilogram. The processed ones are very expensive, 50 to 60,000 per kilogram. If you planted a vine, it is required 2 to 3 years for the first flowering. After 4 to 5 years, it is possible you to harvest some around 1 to 5 kilogram from a one vine place based on the place that you are cultivating or the cultural practices that you do. So that is a perennial plant. There are no huge amount of cultural practices. You need not to water frequently. You can plant it and you can neglect it for a 3 to 4 months period and you can watch it again. And for a 1 year, it is required you to watch, you to examine it 2 to 3 times. Right. So the left picture is a potted plant suitable for cultivation establishment. But you can directly get vines and you will have to season it for 2 weeks. Then you can directly plant. So we are going to plant vanilla in the practical class. Once you finish the planting, you will have to cover it as in the right side image. Sampurna gama wahala tiyenne, whole the vine is invisible. So don't worry, that will not die. So this is a new method of establishment. This is a polytunnel or a shade net. You can see that there are poles and 2 vines are planted for one pole and high density cultivation. It looks like it is having a drip irrigation system as well. These beds are filled with coconut chips, no? Yes, compost or soil and coconut chips are a very good source of medium for this cultivation. This is an orchid, right? Another method of cultivation. So this is much better than the previous one. That is having a pillar full of coconut chips. So these are the byproduct of coir industry, right? Open area cultivation. So that is 1 year old, almost 1 year vines are available. So that is there's a mulch using gliricidia. Look at this. After reaching it some around 6 feet, the vine will be let to grow to the the ground again. Vine will let to grow to the ground again. So that must be done. Once it reach to the ground, right? If this is the wine pool, if this is the wine, once it reach to the top, that will let to grow to the bottom, and we buried a portion and let it to grow again and let it to grow downward, right? So this portion will be covered with the soil. Once it produce this kind of branches, 4 to 6 branches, that is a good for preparation of the flowers. So you will have to stress the plant to prepare flowers, otherwise that will not produce flowers. You are going to cut the downwards vines only, right? Sorry. So then you are going to remove the shade and let it to the experience stress conditions. When the stress conditions, sorry, when the stress conditions is large enough to convince the plant that he is going to die, then only he will produce flowers. Got it? When the plant realize that he is going to die, then only he will produce flowers. Otherwise, that will produce only vegetative, promote the vegetative growth. The same vine, more close pictures, a high density cultivation in the outside environment. A high density cultivation by installing the shade trees, but no vines are yet implemented. A flower, bunch, and a flower. So unfortunately, we don't have natural pollinators in the country. So you will have to pollinate this. That is the problem in this case. So there are some people who train the pollinations. You can hire such a person. If you say cultivated 100 vines, minimum it is possible kilograms. Multiplied by 300 means how much? Just 300,000 rupees per year. A little bit lesser value than beetle cultivation, but this is almost without a cost. If you take care of your plantations well, so you can end up with easily 200 kilograms. That means 600,000 rupees. ගහකින් කිලෝවක් ගන්න නෙමෙයි හදන්න ඕනේ. ගහකින් කිලෝ 3ක් 4ක් ගන්න හදන්න 5ක් විතරක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So you can take some around 5 kilograms per vine after 5 to 6 years. So that will be completely extra income because you need not to take care much. So this is a single pod bunch. It is not yet matured. So this is a wine, some around 5 to 6 years old wines. You can see that how many say bunches are available there. So it is possible to harvest some around 5 to 6 kilograms from this one. The 3,000 per kilogram means the lowest price. So it is not the lowest, it is the average price. If your pods are very lengthy, And if you harvest it at the correct time, then you can go for 5,000. But if those are very small, so then 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 will be the price. The medium size may be 3,000 rupees. There is another thing regarding the culturing or preparation of these wines, these pods. So that will take some around 8 months to receive the 7. So that is not an easy task. You need special care. So people or the farmers will sell as green pods. So that is it. Still, it is free for you to question me. I'm asking you to establish whatever the crop that you are willing to learn and whatever the crop that you can sell, beetle, vanilla, papu, pineapple, mango. So those things were taught, I think. So it is possible if you are in the dry zone and if you are having a water source. So that is a good source of income. No questions? In the chat? No questions means I can stop then. Before stopping these things, I am going to show you several images of pepper cultivation. Just wait until I don't have that. Pepper cultivation එක images ටිකක් මම තියන් හිටියා ඒක නෑ වගේ. So no question in the chat as well. So then shall we stop? Is it okay? Right, then shall we meet next week in the practical classes? We are going to demonstrate how to establish a commercial nursery for pepper, vanilla, and beetles. So that the same principle can be applied for some other crops as well. But we are going to demonstrate only those 3. So in case of this my component, right? So other people will do something else. Then say Sagar will do his component, Brian will do his component, then so other people will do. So all the 4 departments or 2 departments will get you into different classes. Right, if there are no questions or no request in the chat, I am going to leave the class or end the class. For the last time, the presentation was given to Mr. Fahim. So you can take the presentation from the Fahim. right? Then I'm going to leave it, right? End the session. Thank you very much for being here for the whole day.
LMS එකට name upload කරන්න ඕනේ.
LMS එකට අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා නැහැ දැනට. ඔයාලගේ අර පාහිම් අර දුන්නේ LMS එකට දාන්න මම දෙන්නම් මේ කාටද අපේ coordinator දෙන්නම්. In case of the question examinations, you will be given some MCQ questions. Maybe image will be there. So you need to identify soil requirements. You should be able to identify varieties. You should be able to say, you need not to identify the say nutrient deficiencies. So others are required. Disease, we talk about only 2 diseases. You should be able to identify those 2 diseases. Pest, we talk about only 1 pest. You should be able to identify that pest and the damage. Any other question? You can come with the questions next week if you are having, right? Regarding the export agricultural crops, right? So I am asking you to go to the website of the export agriculture department. Then Facebook page of the export agriculture department and YouTube channel of the export agriculture department that is having enough learning materials regarding the whole export agricultural crops, and that is having some ideas of how to start a business or start up business. So you are young enough to jump into the water. So we like if you are doing something while learning, right? Thank you very much.